Chapter 1252. Don't you guys find the other old man very familiar? At this moment, a small voice spoke. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. This time, it was a disciple of the Gu family. Gu Tongtian glanced at this disciple. Third brother, what do you want to say? This person was none other than one of his cousins. No, big brother. Why do I feel that the other old pervert? No, the old senior looks like our ancestor. After hearing what third brother said, I also feel that he's a bit like our ancestor. It's just that he is usually very dignified now. I really can't recognize him. Yeah, now that you mention it, I also feel that he is one of our ancestors, Gu-chun. The group of Gu family disciples looked hesitant. Gu Taunton, the group of experts looked at each other speechlessly. However, thinking about it carefully, it was extremely terrifying. Lei Yun and Gu Chun were both heaven rank experts, but they were caught and hung up like this. How powerful was that woman? The group of people looked shocked and began to send people back to the family to report. Something big happened at the Jade Lake. Half an hour later, Wang Xian had finished condensing the fourth soul ring. There were several ways to strengthen the soaring dragon soul ring. The first was to strengthen vitality. This somewhat overlapped with the spirit-eating Beast King's soul ring strengthening ability. The second was to strengthen armor penetration. The roots of the Jade Water Soaring Dragon would have a terrifying penetrating power. Even if it was a diamond wall, it could still break through it. The third was to strengthen water. This was the ability of the Jade Water Soaring Dragon wood after it evolved into a soaring dragon. When Wang Xian killed the blue spirit flood snake, he had obtained the water ability to stir up trouble. Now it was upgraded to move clouds and rain. The control of water power was greatly enhanced. The fourth was to strengthen wood. The Jade Water Soaring Dragon wood was the king of wood. After the wood was strengthened, the evolved black water spirit eating flower would have the ability to control the power of 10,000 trees. Moreover, it would have the ability to suppress plant-type martial souls of the same rank. The fifth was to strengthen the dragon's prestige. Although the soaring dragon was a plant that had transformed into a dragon, it was still a type of dragon. Among the various types of spirit beasts, the dragon clan had always been at the top. They possessed the might of the dragon clan and had a certain deterrent effect on martial spirits. The sixth was to strengthen the scales. The soaring dragon's scales were abnormally tough and could greatly strengthen the vines of plant-type martial souls. The vines of the black water spirit devouring flower would be as tough as divine weapons. In addition to these 6 enhancements, Wang Xian's strength had also increased tremendously after breaking through to the heaven rank. The soul power in his body went from the earthy yellow of the human rank to the pure white of the profound rank, to the pure gold of the earth rank, and finally, after breaking through the heaven rank, it turned into a strange purple power. And as he advanced from the earth stage to the heaven stage, there were many skills among his 4 soul rings, and he could choose one of them to evolve into a domain. Wang Xian chose to evolve his water elemental ability. His cloud travel and rain summoning ability evolved into a water elemental domain. This was a domain. According to the many ancient books that Wang Xian had analyzed, a heaven rank expert could possess multiple domains. Every soul skill that was comprehended to the extreme could be transformed into a domain. When one reached the monarch level, they would be able to turn it into their personal domain. The strength of a monarch level expert was close to that of a legendary god. Wang Xian was at the peak of the heaven rank after breaking through to the heaven rank. He was only half a step away from the legendary monarch rank. He could be said to be half a step into the monarch level. Monarch level experts were elusive even on the continent. They were legendary and ancient existences. He was the absolute king. Wang Xian's strength, in a sense, was close to that of the top few people on the continent. However, after breaking through to the heaven rank, the power of the master god space increased greatly, and to a certain extent, it grasped the general direction of the Star River continent. The Star River continent would soon face a huge calamity. That calamity would affect the entire continent, and many unknown existences would appear. At that time, the monarch-level experts behind those ancient forces would appear. Some children of great destiny would also appear and become heroes to save the world. The future would be quite lively. What Wang Xian wanted to do was to take advantage of this great calamity to reverse a part of the general trend and strive to gain a wave of benefits. Of course, if possible, he didn't mind unifying the Star River continent and turning it into an extension of his divine kingdom. Wang Xian stood up, and a layer of dense green majesty bloomed around his body. Boom! The surrounding hundreds of miles were affected by an extremely terrifying aura. The wind and clouds changed color, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. At the side, everyone's expression changed greatly. "Let me see your strength, the strength of the Azure Dragon constellation." Wang Xian's body floated up and rushed into the air. In the 33 heavenly stars, a constellation suddenly lit up, and vast starlight rushed down. The peak heaven rank power rushed out without any concealment. Spirit Sea Continent, Northern Spirit Region, center of the Dream Realm. Qin Feng opened his eyes, and there was a slight sigh in his eyes. The cultivation system of the soul warriors of the other world is indeed not weak. The flow of time in the Star River continent and the Spirit Sea continent was different. 6 years in the Star River continent was only 5 to 6 months here. However, in these 5 to 6 months, with the help of the power of the Avatar, Qin Feng also benefited greatly. His expression changed slightly, and the power in his body changed, turning into a strange, chaotic power. A ball of brilliance circulated in his palm, and it changed rapidly. Sometimes it changed into a plant, sometimes it changed into a weapon, and sometimes it changed into a huge beast. If the experts of the Star River continent saw this, they would definitely be shocked, speechless. Those were clearly all kinds of strange martial souls. There was actually someone who could create martial souls out of thin air. Qin Feng had the creator space, and he was also an unparalleled almighty whose realm had reached an unimaginable level. It was not strange that he could do this. The creator space had an unimaginable analytical ability. As long as one understood some of the rules, creating martial souls was a piece of cake. Qin Feng realized that the rules of the Spirit Sea continent and the Star River continent had many similarities. Qin Feng suddenly had an epiphany. Perhaps the rules of the various continents had something in common. Perhaps the strength of the Lord Realm came from comprehending this similarity. They could transform at will, and were not limited by the rules of the various continents. As soon as this epiphany appeared, the power in his body changed slightly, and an extremely mysterious aura overflowed from his body. It was primeval, ancient, yet majestic and unattainable. Has he already touched the threshold of the Lord Realm? In the creator space, the expression of a pink-clothed girl who was playing the zither changed slightly. This kid is really something. He actually comprehended the threshold of the Lord Realm in such a short time. He probably has an advantage among the many old antiques. However, he's still lacking to advance to the Lord Realm. Her expression quickly returned to normal. Qin Feng felt this change slightly, and his eyes narrowed. Although the cultivation in his body did not increase, this kind of epiphany was definitely something that could only be encountered by chance. Next, the Star River continent is just waiting to be harvested. At this moment, his expression changed slightly, and he sensed something. A hint of coldness flickered on his face. Finally, someone can't help but extend their claws to the Northern Spirit region. Chapter 1253. The Northern Spirit Region. Ever since the Bustling sect unified the Northern Spirit Region, it had not been peaceful. The Bustling sect had changed a lot over the years. Originally, the Bustling sect had 6 main peaks. They were Extreme Ice, Spiritual Seal, Frost Snow, Misty Rain, Jade Saint, and Cloud Shadow. Cloud Shadow Peak was a rising star. Although Heavenly Venerable Cloud Shadow was a Heavenly Venerable, he was still the weakest of the 6. However, since 3 years ago, Cloud Shadow Peak was renamed Lingbao Peak, and Cloud Shadow called himself Heavenly Venerable Lingbao. Lingbao changed 3 times a day. Not only did his disciples become famous for snatching treasures, but they also had more tricks up their sleeves. Heavenly Venerable Ling Bao was the first to break through the heaven realm a year ago, and became the first true Heavenly Venerable of the Bailing sect. The Bailing sect had also changed from the era of Heavenly Venerable Bing Ju to the era of Heavenly Venerable Ling Bao. After 3 years, the Bailing sect's strength had increased greatly. Originally, the Bailing sect was only the overlord of the Northern Spirit region in name. The real masters were the 3 forces behind the various families in the Northern Spirit region. The 3 hidden families. They were the original Yin family, the Bai family, and the current Qin family. However, the Bailing sect now had the momentum of sweeping the entire region. Even the Yin family, the Bai family, and the Qin family seemed to be retreating on the surface. Many disciples of the Bailing sect rejoiced. Even some of the ancient Bailing sect experts who had broken through the seal were very satisfied. Unknowingly, the entire Bailing sect had almost become the first demon sect under the demon sect. The primordial spiritual treasure extraterritorial demon scripture had been developed by Heavenly Venerable Ling Bao. As a result, not only did the vast land of the Northern Spirit region fall into the hands of Qin Feng, but even all the sects in this land were controlled by him. It had become the first demon sect paradise. The Kingdom of Dreams had appeared 3 years ago. When it first appeared, it was only receiving the dreams of a portion of the ordinary living beings in the Northern Spirit region, using the power of their dreams to refine it. However, as it leveled up, it was affected by the Lord God space, and turned into a place similar to the world of Samsara. At the same time, using the power of the God's realm, Qin Feng began to try to extend it into the middle of the cultivators. Unexpectedly, the various reincarnation trial grounds evolved from the Dream Kingdom caused a lot of commotion among the practitioners. To be able to cultivate in one's dreams was definitely something that one could only dream of. At first, many cultivators were confused and doubtful. But after nearly a year of development, almost all of the sects have been popularized. The Bailing sect had their suspicions at first, but they quickly guessed that this was a divine kingdom of some almighty being. It might be some ruins. Furthermore, this dream reincarnation land was beneficial to the cultivation of the sect's disciples. After a period of futile effort, he chose to temporarily put it aside. Over the past 3 years, the Dreamscape Kingdom had been nourished by the dreamscape energy of all living beings and had grown rapidly. It even had the tendency to extend beyond the Northern Spirit region. Qin Feng presided over it for 2 reasons. One was to constantly adjust the simplified version of the reincarnation space, and the other was to stabilize this newly formed special divine kingdom. In addition, it was to prevent others from spying on them. Just as he had expected, such a huge dreamscape kingdom passed peacefully for 3 years, but it finally attracted some greedy gazes. Dream Fate Mountain. This was an exceptionally beautiful mountain peak. Over the past 3 years, the Spirit Sea continent had changed greatly. Many ordinary mountains had experienced the baptism of spiritual energy and became exceptionally beautiful. Dream Fate Mountain was originally an ordinary mountain peak, but after a practitioner occupied it, it became exceptionally famous. There was an additional Dream Dao Palace on the mountain. The palace lord called himself the Dream God and changed the name of the mountain to Dream Fate Mountain. The palace lord of the Dream Dao Palace did not like to call friends and did not open the mountain gates to accept disciples. Nor did she cheat believers to build a temple. She just focused on cultivation. On the mountain path, the morning fog was hazy, but a figure appeared at the foot of the mountain. Dream Fate Mountain. Very few people came to visit. Firstly, the palace lord was cold and arrogant. Secondly, the surrounding families and sects all knew that the palace lord's cultivation was extremely high, but she was not willing to interact with other powers. The mountain fog was hazy. The black-robed youth at the foot of the mountain looked to be around 24 or 25 years old. He had a handsome face and sparkling eyes. His black hair was like a waterfall behind his shoulders, and he had a strange aura. He was extremely fast. With one step, he appeared in front of the Dream Dao Palace. Surrounded by pine trees, there was a small flat bluestone ground, and on top of it was a Tao palace with pine trees. Dream God Palace Lord, an esteemed guest has arrived. Are you not going to come out and welcome him? A faint figure came out of the black-robed youth's mouth. It seemed to be immersed in the depths of the Tao Palace. The Tao Palace was quiet. It was so quiet that only the sound of the pine trees moving in the wind could be heard. Creak. After a while, the sound of a door opening came from the depths of the Tao Palace. A dreamlike figure walked out of the Holy Ji Palace. She was emitting a ball of white light and looked very strange. Sometimes she looked like an old person, sometimes a child, sometimes a youth, sometimes a man, sometimes a woman. It was hard to tell. Looking at the black-robed youth walking out of the stone ground, she seemed to be slightly stunned. After a while, a faint bitter voice came out. I didn't expect that the owner of the dream realm would be such an earth-shattering figure like you. Have I offended you? An expert from the ancient times. The black-robed youth sized up the dream god. The faint ancient aura couldn't be concealed. He was deep in thought. This place is called Dream Fate Mountain. If I remember correctly, there was an ancient sect called the Dream God Sect. The Dream God Sect's mountain gate is located at Dream Fate Mountain. It's rumored that the Dream God Sect is different from other sections. They specialize in entering dreams and controlling them. Their supreme technique, the 3000 reincarnation dream technique, is a supreme technique for controlling dreams. It's rumored that using this technique, one can even reincarnate and cultivate in dreams. It's a pity that during ancient times, the sect's true technique was coveted by others and was wiped out overnight, causing the sect to disappear. The black-robed youth looked at the Dream God Palace Lord. May I know which generation of Dream God you are? Qin Feng had a smile on his face, but there was a strange look in his eyes. When he sensed that someone was trying to invade the core of the dream realm and steal the power of the dream realm, he had immediately rushed over in pursuit of that source of power. However, the appearance of this dream god had truly surprised him. But it was just a surprise. Even though this dream god was an expert from the ancient times, in his eyes, it was still not enough. At this moment, the dream god was also in a dilemma. She had sensed the appearance of the dream realm a long time ago. The boundless amount of dream force was the best material for the dream god to construct a divine kingdom. However, she had also sensed that the dream realm enveloping the northern spirit region had an owner. However, the owner of the dream realm was obviously not very adept at managing it and had left behind many flaws. She had planned to steal it carefully and wait until she had completely refined the dream realm before engaging in a battle with the dream realm lord. But she hadn't expected that her opponent would discover her actions so quickly and with such a terrifying cultivation base. Just a trace of his aura was enough to make her feel like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Chapter 1254. After some thought, the Dream God Palace Lord said in a low voice, I'm the third dream god of the Dream God Sect, Bai Lu. So you're the third dream god. Qin Feng was slightly surprised, but he soon understood. The third-generation dream god of the Dream God Sect, Bai Lu, was a rather famous existence among the ancient experts. He could control dreams and was known as the eternal dream god. Qin Feng's strength was more than 10 times that of the dream gods, but when it came to the use of dream force, he was still inferior to the dream god. Bai Lu, are you willing to become this king's follower? This king can give you control over the dream realm. What? Give me control over the dream realm? The dream god was clearly stunned. The dream realm had great potential. It already covered an entire region, and its power was not inferior to that of a typical divine kingdom. In the dream god's eyes, a mere northern spirit region was not the limit of the dream realm. Given the way the dream realm operated, it would definitely be able to dominate an entire region. If anyone could obtain the Dreamscape Kingdom and become its ruler, obtaining the Dreamscape deity seat, they would most likely become the Dreamscape demon god. You don't need to be so shocked. If you become this king's follower, you will discover that this divine kingdom is nothing more than a drop in the ocean to this king. Qin Feng's expression was calm. What? The dream god was truly shocked but it didn't seem like Su-chun was lying. She was slightly tempted. The importance of a dream realm to someone like her, who cultivated the method power of dreams, went without saying. But if she became this king's follower, she would be under his control. She would lose her freedom. Even so, this hesitation only lingered in her mind for a moment before completely disappearing. Compared to losing her life, losing her freedom wasn't that bad either. As long as the dream realm existed, the dream god would not perish. However, that didn't include meeting such a terrifying almighty like the black-clothed man before him. This god is willing. A wise choice. Qin Feng nodded as he waved his sleeve, causing a streak of divine power to fly out and enter the dream god's forehead. The faint outline of a dragon appeared on the dream god's forehead, but it quickly disappeared. I have never liked to use barbaric methods to control my subordinate gods. This symbol is the symbol of all the gods in my pantheon. Although it has been integrated into your body, it will not cause any harm. It will only determine your existence. But one day, if you betray me, you should know the consequences, right? There was a slight chill in Qin Feng's voice. The dream god nodded. She was well aware of the meaning behind this symbol. Once this divine brand entered her body and betrayed her one day, it would become the coordinates that the Lord God would use to lock onto her and attack her. It would become her life-reaping talisman. He wasn't quite used to this, but the dream god was still quite relieved that this future sovereign was quite lax in his rules. At the very least, he wasn't like some of the other sovereigns who were directly controlling him. From now on, I will temporarily hand over the management of the dream realm to you. You need to be clear about how you will benefit from it. You will have to rely on yourself to ascend to the dream god's position in this era. Of course, if you encounter any enemies that you cannot deal with, you can ask me for help. Qin Feng's voice was calm. Finally, he didn't need to personally oversee the operation of the Dreamscape Divine Kingdom and personally oversee its operations. Yes, Sovereign. The dream god nodded. Right, there are also some taboos. For example, the Qin clan is my bloodline or my pawns in other realms. The dream realm envoys will tell you everything. Qin Feng's gaze landed on the dream god. Don't disappoint me. The hazy divine light around the dream god's body had already receded, revealing an extremely beautiful woman dressed in white. Her appearance was quite ordinary, and if she was thrown into a crowd, she would be forgotten in the next second. This ancient expert's appearance was quite ordinary. The only thing that was out of the ordinary was her eyes. They were hazy and seemed to be constantly changing, as if countless life forms were floating within them. She bowed respectfully to the black-robed man. Then her figure flickered as she disappeared into the void and entered the dream realm. The divine system brand that Qin Feng had given her was extraordinary, and it was refined from a strand of the dream realm's quintessence. By relying on this strand of brand, not only did the dream realm not reject her, it even accepted her as if it was welcoming the arrival of a king. She silently entered the central dream god's temple. In the dream shrine, there were many dream demons in the form of envoys waiting for him. On Dream Fate Mountain, Qin Feng smiled slightly when he sensed the dream god enter the dream realm and accept the dream god's temple. With the dream god in control of the dream realm, I don't need to personally guard it anymore. Next, suddenly, Qin Feng's expression shifted, and he frowned slightly. His figure flickered as he disappeared. In the next moment, his figure appeared in the Master God's space. Through the Master God's space, his figure quickly appeared beside a huge ancient tree. The primordial lands, atop the central ancient tree, in front of the heavenly life goddess courtyard. White clouds floated about, and above the sea of clouds was a vast expanse. At a glance, the sea of clouds seemed to stretch across the boundless horizon. This ancient tree was like a world tree that could support the heavens and the earth. Above the tree trunk were several large kingdoms, with many worlds hanging from them. Qin Feng swept his gaze across, and he could see many races. The main race was a race called the Elven race. All sorts of elves were gathered here, and almost every tree trunk and leaf was a large world. This was clearly the work of the heavenly life goddess, and the life forms in these kingdoms were likely believers of the heavenly life goddess. The heavenly life goddess courtyard was on a floating island in the Cloud Kingdom. "Why are you looking for me in such a hurry?" As soon as he landed, Qin Feng saw the heavenly life goddess, Lu Qi, who had a serious expression on her face. "Netherworld Emperor, something big is about to happen in the primordial lands." There was a hint of worry on the heavenly life goddess' beautiful face. Seeing the goddess' expression, Qin Feng's heart sank slightly. What happened? Qin Feng had a rare serious expression on his face. The primordial lands had now become one of his foundations. It was a pillar for him to break through to the over-god realm in the future, and it was also his main backer. His womenfolk's family was also here, and their position was exceptionally important. "It's the human ancestors. I've received accurate information that some of the human ancestors have found the coordinates of the primordial lands." The heavenly life goddess was slightly bitter. Human ancestors? Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. Weren't those human ancestors imprisoned by the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor and turned into fertilizer for the primordial lands? How can there still be human ancestors? Qin Feng had a look of disbelief. The human ancestors of the primordial lands were indeed captured by the Eastern Wilderness and imprisoned in the primordial lands. The heavenly life goddess looked at Qin Feng and sighed slowly. But not all of them were captured by the Eastern Wilderness. Chapter 1255. The fighting strength of those ancient ancestors is extremely tyrannical. Even when the Eastern Wilderness reached the peak of cultivation, it was impossible to catch them all in one fell swoop. Many of them were rescued by some terrifying existences. The life goddess's tone carried a hint of regret. Terrifying beings? Qin Feng was inwardly shocked. To be able to rescue those human ancestors from the hands of a peerless monster like the Eastern Wilderness Emperor, they were probably at least above the level of a Lord God. The life goddess saw Qin Feng's expression and sighed slightly. Just as you guessed, the Eastern Wilderness isn't the only overlord in this area. There are also a few peerless existences who aren't inferior to the Eastern Wilderness watching this area. If those existences hadn't interfered, those human ancestors wouldn't have been able to escape. Qin Feng shook his head. If you don't remove the root of the problem, it will become a disaster. The life goddess's expression was grave. You're right. Those human ancestors were all-powerful beings. Ever since they were rescued by those terrifying beings, they became those peerless existences' hired thugs. Now, they're scattered across many extraterritorial continents. However, they've never forgotten their hatred for the Eastern Wilderness god system. Since ancient times, they've been relentlessly pursuing the Eastern Wilderness god system. With the support of those existences, they're like rabid dogs. A hint of anger and hatred flashed across the life goddess's eyes. As if realizing that she had lost her composure, she regained her composure after a moment. She looked at Qin Feng. "Some time ago, I don't know how they found the coordinates of our primordial land. Now, a few peerless experts from a human ancestor continent have already found their way here. I'm afraid they'll find the divine tree continent soon." The human ancestor continent. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with doubt. The human ancestor continent is an extraterritorial continent, where those human ancestors were after leaving the Linghai continent. The foundation there isn't any weaker than the primordial land. After concealing their strength and biding their time, the human ancestor continent is now filled with human ancestors and ushered in the golden age of the human ancestors. A Lord God of the human ancestors was even born there. The life goddess's expression was gloomy. Looks like the situation isn't optimistic. Qin Feng took a deep breath of cold air. You don't have to worry too much. The 6 continents of the primordial land are the territory of our Eastern Wilderness divine system. Even if the experts from the Rinzhu continent discover the coordinates of the primordial land, they won't gather an army to attack us. At most, they will send a small team of experts. The life goddess looked at Qin Feng. You're now a Peak King realm expert, just one step away from the Quasi-Emperor realm. You also have the support of the sovereign god space. Ordinary human ancestors, even if one or two human emperors enter the ancient lands, may not be your match. What I'm most afraid of is that they'll send half-step, Lord-level existences. The heavenly life goddess looked worried. As far as she knew, some of the ancient ancestral humans from ancient times had yet to wither completely. There were still a few of them left, and almost all of them were half-step, Lord-level existences. The half-step, Lord-level existences were searching for opportunities almost madly. The divine tree mainland had recently elevated, and its heaven and earth rule had been perfected. To half-step lords, this was extremely beneficial. This was especially true for half-step lords who cultivated the destruction Tao. If they could personally destroy an extraterritorial continent with perfected heaven and earth rule, the tremendous destructive force of the extraterritorial continent's destruction would be enough to elevate the half-step lords further. Generally speaking, extraterritorial continents with perfected heaven and earth rule had extremely powerful defenses. Basically, the chances of an ordinary half-step lord destroying them were close to zero. However, the primordial land had just completed its transformation, and its power was still increasing. Compared to extraterritorial continents with perfected heaven and earth rule, it was much more fragile. This gave the half-step lords from the destruction Tao an opportunity. They might attract the covetous eyes of the half-step lords from the destruction Tao. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. Qin Feng smirked coldly. He was no pushover. It was fine if the ancestral humans did not come, but if they dared to enter the primordial land, he would show them what he, the emperor of the underworld, could do. Moreover, the divine tree mainland is basically in my hands now. I can totally use this to build a holy altar. A strange look appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. The holy altar was one of the many altars. It was similar to the creator god's altar and the origin god's altar. The holy, God in heaven, saint and earth and Tao. The holy was the saint of gods, the saint of a world. The saints here were not the saints of the spirit sea mainland. Instead, they were beings with supreme authority in heaven and earth. They were similar to the few immortal Tao saints in the primeval continent. This was a type of status, a status bestowed by heaven and earth. One could only become a saint if they were recognized by heaven and earth. Once one became a saint, one would be the most powerful being in heaven and earth. They would be the king of a world, the saint of all beings. However, everyone knew that the more powerful the extraterritorial continent's origin, the more powerful the saint it would give birth to. For extremely terrifying continents, like the primeval continent, the saints it gave birth to were far more powerful than lord-level existences. They were not inferior to the eternal dominator. Even if a saint were to appear in the primordial land, they would at most be ordinary lords in heaven and earth. However, the holy altar had a special characteristic. For ordinary beings, once they fused with a trace of primordial violet chi born in heaven and earth and became a saint, they would not be able to become a lord. This was because the karma of heaven and earth was like a torrent. Once one became a saint of a world, it would be endless and constantly entangled. The experts who became saints would be greatly affected by this entanglement. Their strength would increase tremendously, and it would be difficult for them to see their path clearly. However, the holy altar could avoid this. Using the holy altar to fuse with the violet chi, one could replace the saints to bear the impact of the laws of heaven and earth. In particular, Qin Feng also had the Lord space. Ordinary experts might be able to bear the impact for a while, but they would slowly be eroded and become a puppet of heaven and earth. However, with the holy altar and the Lord space, this impact would not only be useless to Qin Feng, but would also become a resource for the Lord space. After coming out from under the central ancestor tree, Qin Feng began to prepare for the construction of the holy altar. He was prepared to obtain the saint of the primordial land in one fell swoop and face the arrival of the human ancestor, the Star River mainland. In a simple month in the Spirit Sea mainland, almost a year had passed in the Star River mainland. In an ancient mountain peak, shrouded in clouds and mist. It was so deep that one could not see one's fingers. In a mountain peak, bits of cold air were like dewdrops. In a stone cave in the center of the mountain peak, it was as warm as spring. The interior was very well decorated, like a woman's boudoir. From time to time, strange sounds would come from the cave, and occasionally, there would be traces of extremely joyful cries. Red waves rolled as two bodies collided fiercely. A man and a woman were deducing the most profound mysteries of the intersection of yin and yang, of heaven and earth. The woman's figure was extremely hot. Her skin was as smooth as white jade, and her hair was spread out in a brocade quilt. Her face was extremely beautiful, and at this moment, it was even more shocking and charming. Her expression was strange, as if she was sad and happy, angry and angry, helpless and stupefied as she looked at the cave's ceiling. Chapter 12:56. This year, the Star River continent had undergone tremendous changes. This was a year of sudden changes. It was also a year that would go down in history. This year, the oceanic race suddenly appeared. As soon as they appeared, several large empires near the sea, including the Karl Empire, the Bauhinia Empire, and the Fenghua Empire, were destroyed by the Sea Race Empire in just a few months. The experts of the oceanic species even slaughtered the cities, crazily plundering resources. Hundreds of millions of refugees flocked to the surrounding countries. The entire continent was in chaos. Although the West Shu Empire and the Great Qin Empire were located in the hinterlands, they were also greatly affected. Everyone was in a state of panic, and many forces took the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The Sea Race Empire's vanguard was attacking the West Shu Empire and some of the smaller cities around the Great Qin Empire. 3 months ago, with the West Shu Empire and the Great Qin Empire as the leaders, as well as the royal families of the surrounding countries, they had already begun to discuss an alliance to resist the Sea Race. Many sects and aristocratic families also began to mobilize. Close to the southwest of the sea, this place was extremely close to the Bauhinia Empire where the Sea Race had landed. The Merfolk Empire's advance wasn't slow. Fortunately, the West Shu Empire and the Great Qin Empire were both superpowers of the Star River continent. Their national strength was formidable, and in addition to the fact that they had taken precautions, the Sea Race's advance was finally slowed down. However, the situation was still not optimistic. The 12 vanguards of the Sea Clan were peak monarch rank experts, and they had heaven rank experts from the various clans under them. There were tens of millions of Sea Clan troops, and each vanguard was not weaker than a large empire. Not to mention, there were still 4 terrifying Sea Tribe commanders behind him. Above the Sea Clan's marshal, there were 2 Sea Kings on the left and right. It was even rumored that they had broken through the bottleneck of the monarch tier and advanced to the deity tier, the Sea Emperor. In the Xinghe continent, deities had always been a legend. Although there had always been legends of several powerhouses breaking through to the god realm in the Star River continent, no one had ever been able to prove it. Wanxing Peak. This was the territory of the Myriad Stars sect. A few months ago, a peerless almighty had come to the sect and killed the Myriad Stars sect's monarch realm expert, Ancestor Myriad Stars, in front of all the disciples of the Myriad Stars sect, as well as the Myriad Stars sect's young master, Myriad Stars C, who had just broken through to the heaven realm. The remaining disciples and elders of the Myriad Star sect were helpless. He could only choose to surrender. The entire Myriad Star sect had a new master. This matter could be said to have shocked the entire West Shu Empire. However, unexpectedly, this existence did not enslave the 10,000 Stars sect. Instead, he supported another true disciple of the 10,000 Stars sect to become the sect leader. That true disciple was not a nobody in the West Shu Empire. Instead, it was Feng Yi, the former #1 beauty of the Myriad Star sect, and even the West Shu Empire. Feng Yi was the most beautiful and was even the most exceptional genius of the ancient Feng family. It could be said that her name was known everywhere, and she had countless pursuers. However, she chose Wang Xuani, who was almost unknown at that time, and eloped with him. It could be said that many people's jaws dropped. At that time, many people felt pity and jealousy. In a fit of anger, the Feng family announced that he was expelled from the family. It had been unknown for many years, but who would have thought that once it appeared, it would be earth-shattering? The most surprising thing was that Feng Yi, who was known as the #1 beauty of the Star River continent, had already broken through the heaven stage and became a heaven stage powerhouse. Of course, although a heaven-rank powerhouse was very important, it was not enough to make those big forces fear him. The most frightening thing was that behind her, a peerless powerhouse who could kill a monarch-rank existence. As the sect leader's peak of the 10,000 Stars sect, the 10,000 Stars peak was not an ordinary spiritual and majestic mountain beside the cliff on a star stone. This was the cultivation place of the 10,000 Stars sect leader. That star stone was said to be carved from the star core left behind after the disintegration of a huge star. It gathered the spirituality of millions of mountains and rivers, and could even receive the power of the 33 heavenly star river. It was a cultivation treasure. At this moment, a handsome man in white was lazily sitting cross-legged on the Starstone Mountain. Clouds were scattered around him. He was holding a treasured book in his hand and reading it with great interest. 10,000 Stars Crossing Art. This was the core inheritance treasure book of the 10,000 Stars sect. The young man's body was shining with starlight, and the power of millions of stars gathered on the surface of his body. It was like countless stars were changing, and the strange operation faintly reflected a vast nebula in the sky. The inheritance of the 10,000 Stars sect is really something. Its understanding of the evolution of stars is not inferior to the various true inheritances of the Xingqian school. It is very beneficial to the understanding of the rules of stars. Wang Xian smiled. With this understanding, he could feel that the power of the rules of stars in the Master God space was becoming more and more perfect. Just this little bit of understanding was worth a return ticket. He released a little bit of aura from his body. Suddenly, he had surpassed the monarch rank and was only half a step away from the mysterious god rank. In the past 6 months, he went out once, and when he came back, he was at the peak of the monarch rank. Putting down his hand, Wang Xian moved his hand, and a ray of starlight rushed out. After the 5th evolution, the black water spirit-eating flower had completely evolved. It turned into a huge ancient vine that seemed to be able to fly, like a divine dragon. If Wang Xian wanted, this ancient vine could spread for thousands of miles and take root in the ground in an instant. A monarch rank expert had completely comprehended the profound of constellation and could control a part of the power of stars. It could be said that he was preparing to become a true god of the galaxy. But compared to the legends, there are still fewer people who have really advanced to the god rank. Wang Xian murmured. The cultivation system here was very interesting. The ultimate evolution of the star martial soul was the form of a true god of the galaxy, which could control the power of the endless stars outside the 33 heavens. Here, the cultivator and the martial soul would become one, and they would cultivate the divine body together. Finally, they would transcend the restrictions of the rules of the galaxy continent and become a great existence that could travel the stars. Therefore, the 6-soul ring did not need an ordinary soul ring. Instead, it was a star ring that was born from some stars in the endless stars. In Wang Xian's impression, the true god of the galaxy was also a kind of true god. As for the star ring, it should be equivalent to a star that gave birth to a star god. In the 33 heavens, in the endless stars, there were very few ancient stars that could give birth to a star god. Finding a star that gave birth to a star ring in the endless stars was more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. Only the top sons of providence in the world would have such luck. Of course, in addition to this, there was another way to become a true god of the galaxy, and that was to give birth to a star god, using one's own natal star to give birth to a star god. However, this method was as difficult as the previous one. After Wang Xian had advanced to the peak of the monarch rank, he had thought of using the first method to find a star that gave birth to a star god. However, even if he used the power of the master god space to calculate, there was no result. However, he might be able to use the second method. Originally, I wanted to get some benefits and show off my driving skills. However, it was too tight and I couldn't break the rules. I could only forget about it. If there was a chance in the future, I would do something else. Chapter 1257. The reason why he said he could try the second method. It was because Qin Feng had the analysis of the king god space. Wang Xian had already found a way to nurture the star god position in his body. It was similar to the spirit sea continent. As long as he comprehended one of the monarch-level saint domains to perfection and formed a godhead, he would naturally be able to receive the support of the endless star river. He would be able to achieve divine soul unity and fuse it with his martial soul to become a star god. Nurturing a star god was not only a physical task, but also a mental one. Wang Xian sat on the star rock. On one hand, he circulated his soul power to absorb the power of the stars in the sky to polish his star monarch body. On the other hand, he borrowed the power of the king god space to deduce the mysteries of the star god. He wanted to comprehend the power of the star god as soon as possible. Rustle, rustle. At this moment, faint footsteps could be heard. Along with the footsteps, there was also the sound of messy clothes fluttering in the wind. Wang Xian opened his eyes. His nose moved slightly as he smelled the familiar body fragrance. You're here?" Wang Xian's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Don't call me Yi." Behind him, the beautiful woman in white walked out from the clouds. Her beautiful face flashed with a strange blush. She was embarrassed and had a strange feeling. Wang Xian's figure flashed. In the next moment, he appeared beside the beautiful woman in white. He grabbed the beautiful woman's extremely elastic waist. The beautiful woman in white wanted to struggle subconsciously, but she couldn't escape from the entanglement of his hands. Xian, the beautiful woman in white's face was dignified and noble with a trace of pleading. "All right, I won't tease you anymore." Seeing that Feng Yi still couldn't change her identity, Wang Xian shook his head. Half a year ago, he took the opportunity of the fire poison to take down the beautiful woman in one fell swoop. Moreover, during this half a year, the beautiful woman in white was still a bit shy. However, he had to admit that this beautiful woman in white was indeed a gift from the heavens. Even if he had a strong mind and outstanding willpower, he still couldn't help but want to indulge in the gentleness of the beautiful woman in white. Did the West Shu Empire send people again? Wang Xian's expression turned serious. Yes. The beautiful woman in white glanced at the handsome young man standing at the edge of the cliff. His face was like jade. He was untainted by even a speck of dust, and there was a unique temperament about him. He was so otherworldly and exceptional. It was likely that such a man could not be found in the Star River continent for tens of thousands of years. A complicated expression flashed across her beautiful and holy face. There were emotions, awkwardness, and helplessness. Half a year ago, her fire poison had flared up. If not for that, she might have lost her life to the backlash half a year ago. She had always told herself that she had no choice. However, she sighed inwardly. She had once thought of sneaking away, but every time, she would be discovered by the white-clothed youth who would take the opportunity to ruthlessly punish her. After 3 or 4 times, she didn't know when, but the image of this handsome young man in white had been deeply engraved in her heart. Forget it. Since this enemy is so obsessed with me, after this battle, I will simply withdraw from the position of sect leader of myriad stars and be the woman behind him in peace. Thinking of this, the beautiful woman in white's beautiful and holy face blushed a little. She had to admit that when she thought of that enemy, she couldn't help but feel a burst of warmth in her heart. Wang Xian saw the inexplicable blush on the beautiful woman in white's face, and his expression changed. With a suspicious expression, he took a few steps forward and hugged the beautiful woman in white. Lowering his head, he stuck to the beautiful woman in white's full breasts, as if he was listening attentively. "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." The beautiful woman in white's heartbeat sped up. She pushed away the young man in white's head and turned her body sideways. The blush on her face couldn't be concealed. Seeing Wang Xian's suspicious gaze and wanting to come closer, she immediately changed the topic. You guessed right. The Emperor of the West Shu Empire has sent someone again, and it's a country guardian expert. Speaking of the country guardian expert, Feng Yi's beautiful face became a little more serious. To be able to become a country guardian expert of a superpower like the West Shu Empire, there was no doubt that he was a monarch-level expert. Xian, do you want to consider going to meet him? They just want to use me as a high-level fighter for them. There's nothing to meet. Wang Xian shook his head. He now had to concentrate on comprehending the mysteries of the galaxy. How could he have the time to be a fighter? Feng Yi frowned and said with a serious expression, Xian, if the West Shu Empire is destroyed, the sea race won't let our Thousand Stars sect go. I'm afraid you don't understand your husband's strength. It's just a sea race. The only thing to worry about is the Sea Emperor, who is rumored to have reached the god level. Wang Xian's expression was indifferent. Seeing Feng Yi still frowning, he couldn't help but step forward and embrace her slender waist. Don't worry, I don't care about anything else. Even if the entire continent is occupied by the sea race, I don't care. The only thing I care about is you. As long as I can ensure your safety, it doesn't matter if the entire continent falls. Hearing those domineering words, the beautiful woman in white was a little shy, but her heart was filled with sweetness. Wang Xian's eyes were smiling. Of course, if you like, when I reach the god level, I can create another continent for you. Reach the god level. The beautiful woman in white was shocked. She couldn't care less about her shyness as she stared blankly at Wang Xian. The god level, that was a legendary realm. Since ancient times, there had only been a handful of legendary existences who had broken through to the deity level. Wang Xian actually said he was going to reach the god level. The beautiful woman in white almost couldn't believe her ears. I know you've always wanted to return to the Feng family in a dignified manner one day. I'll help you achieve your wish. I'll have that group of people carry a palanquin and invite you back. The beautiful woman in white didn't know when she left the cliff. She only remembered that she was dizzy when she returned to the Thousand Stars Palace and met with the guardian of the West Shu Empire. She didn't even remember how she sent that guardian away. After the West Shu Empire's imperial family received the news of the mysterious existence of the Thousand Stars sect's rejection, all the experts secretly gritted their teeth. Many sects and families' experts even clamored to charge to the Thousand Stars Peak and destroy the Thousand Stars sect. In the end, it was the West Shu Empire's overlord who stopped everyone. For the West Shu Empire and the Great Qin Empire, their main enemy was still the Sea Tribe. Going against the mysterious existence of the Thousand Stars sect at this time wasn't good for the alliance. If the other party ran away and joined the Sea Tribe, the West Shu Empire would be the unlucky one. Many sects experts were helpless. They could only wait until the Sea Tribe retreated and settle the score with the Thousand Stars sect. In the primordial lands, after half a month of preparation, the preparations for the sacred altar had been completed. Qin Feng had reached a critical period for the primordial lands. If he could become a god in the primordial lands, the entire primordial lands would be in his pocket. Chapter 1258. In the underworld of the immemorial land. The underworld was no longer as barren as it was when it first opened. Instead, it was unusually prosperous and lively. In the underworld, many of the spiritual residences already had owners. They were either the Ghost King or the Ghost God, protecting a region. Currently, the White Bone Wasteland was filled with countless underworld beasts. Groups of underworld beasts roared in the White Bone Wasteland, occasionally fighting with zombies and malicious ghosts. It was filled with endless danger. Generally speaking, only the spiritual residences were temporarily safe places. However, the spiritual residences were not necessarily safe. If they were unlucky and encountered a powerful beast king or a true spirit of the underworld, the spiritual domain would be razed and the spiritual residences destroyed. Only the temples and the spiritual domain covered by the temples were safe places to reside. The temples were where the dignity of the underworld god was and contained the power of the underworld emperor. No matter how powerful a true spirit was, it would not dare to attack the spiritual domain of the temples and slap the underworld emperor's face. Now, in the underworld emperor's dignity was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Under the underworld emperor were the three palace kings. They were King Qingguang, King Chujiang, and King Songdi. Under the three palace kings were a group of upper-class underworld gods. The upper-class underworld gods were like officials of the border. They formed the underworld gods' divine domain with their temples, built ghost cities in the underworld, and established their own residences. Below them were the middle-class underworld gods of the various residences. The general constitution of the underworld had been established and perfected. The system of seventh-class underworld officials was established. Low-class underworld gods could become seventh-class underworld officials. Seventh-class underworld officials were the lowest rank in the underworld. They were usually generals and soul reapers. Middle-class underworld gods could supplement sixth-class to fourth-class underworld officials, including civil and military magistrate, deputy prefect, editor, and so on. High-class underworld gods could supplement third-class to first-class underworld officials, including the lord of a ghost city or the lord of a temple. They could become high-ranking officials. Ever since the system was established, the chaos of the upper-class underworld gods occupying the mountains in the underworld was gradually sorted out. Each of them had their own duties, and rewards and punishments were orderly. In addition, the 18 layers of hell, where evil spirits were punished, had been born. The underworld was growing stronger by the day. The secret of the underworld was also gradually revealed, becoming a secret of the divine tree continent. At the foot of Een Mountain, this was the most crucial place in the entire underworld. It was the largest city in the underworld, Een Mountain City. Far away, at the foot of the Een Mountain, many evil spirits could see a huge city that looked like a huge object crossing the Yellow Spring River. At the foot of the eternal Een Mountain, on both sides of the Yellow Spring River, the place was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless underworld divine auras gathered. Some powerful ghost kings swaggered in and out of the city to buy things they needed for cultivation. At the city gates, platoons of armored Een soldiers came and went like the wind. Many evil spirits obediently accepted the inspection at the entrance and entered Een Mountain City. Many people looked at the Yellow Springs River cautiously. The Yellow Springs River could be said to be dangerous. Even the most ferocious of ghosts would be destroyed if they were swept into the Een wind. Yi Ding wore a black official's robe, and his peerlessly handsome face carried a trace of dignity that was difficult to ignore. A few high-level nether gods stood by his side. At this moment, Yi Ding's strength seemed to have already broken through the 13th level and was not too far away from the 15th level. During the 3 years in the immemorial land, his strength did not seem to have dropped at all. He scanned the entire Een Mountain City, and a smile flashed across his face. He could feel the vitality of this huge city. Now, many cities in the underworld were rising. A group of high-level nether gods oversaw a region and vigorously developed it. They used the power of reincarnation to bring all living beings into the underworld. However, in terms of prosperity, none of them could compare to Een Mountain City that he was in charge of. No, perhaps His Highness King Chujiang's Chujiang City and King Song's King Song City might not be inferior to Een Mountain City. His smile faded slightly. In the underworld, everyone knew that the more ghosts one controlled, the more underworld providence one would obtain, and the faster one's cultivation would be. Under the Nether King, no high-level Nether God was not wholeheartedly managing their own city. This was closely related to the advancement of one's godly position. No one was willing to slack off. Unfortunately, it'll be difficult to advance in a short time. Yi Ding could feel that the Een Mountain Nether God's godly position in his body had reached the peak of the 4th grade godly position. It would take some time to break through to the third-grade godly position. He was now a first-grade nether official, the Een Mountain City Lord, and a fourth-grade godly position. However, for all high-level nether gods, the third-grade godly position was their goal. Only the third-grade godly position was the true godly position. However, the immemorial land had just been unified. The land was vast, and the population was sparse. There were still fewer living beings. Even though the 9 underworld tribe in the immemorial land strongly encouraged the population to reproduce, it was still insufficient in a short time. Unless Yi Ding's eyes flashed with a strange light. At this moment, he was not the only one who thought so. Most of the first-grade officials had the same thought. Even among the 3 Hall Kings, there were some who were eager to take action. They hoped that the Nether Emperor would advance further. As far as Yi Ding knew, even among the 3 Hall Kings, only one of them had attained the third-grade godly position. There were too many monks and too little meat. Een Mountain City Lord, you are the junior brother of the Nether Emperor. The 2 of you are the closest. Why don't you go and talk to the Nether Emperor? Those 5 continents are meat in our mouths. We cannot eat them. A second-grade Nether official said after careful consideration. He was also a high-level Nether god. He was the supervisor of Een Mountain City's inspection department. Yes, the 6 continents of the immemorial land have been complete since ancient times. The Lingyan continent, Earthly Rock continent, Timyao continent, Radiance continent, and Gloom continent have been one since ancient times. If the Nether Emperor agrees, we are willing to take the lead. The one who spoke was a dark-faced Nether official in a blue robe. He was the supervisor of the patrol mansion. He controlled the 800,000 Een soldiers of Een Mountain City. You don't have to worry about this matter. The Nether Emperor has his own plans. Yi Ding smiled bitterly. This was not the first time this group of Nether gods came to show their determination. The size of the territory was related to the vital interests of many Nether gods. As the immemorial land was divided, many Nether gods urgently needed a new destiny. Once the war machine for expansion was started, it was difficult to stop. It was not just these 2 Nether gods. Their words represented the thoughts of most Nether gods. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, Yi Ding and the other Nether gods under his command were moved. They looked toward the Een Mountain range. At this moment, almost all the powerful Nether gods in the underworld sensed something. An extremely majestic aura appeared above the Een Mountain range. Heavenly music drifted in the air, thousands of flowers bloomed, and fragrance filled the air. An auspicious aura started from the Een Mountain range and spread throughout the underworld. It even rushed out of the underworld and spread to the entire immemorial land. It evolved into a boundless and mysterious great Tao on the vast land. For a time, countless living beings in the primeval lands obtained its fortune, and their intelligence rose greatly. Moreover, there were even countless plants and spirit beasts that obtained its intelligence and took human form. Chapter 12:59. The birth of a supreme saint, supreme god, and supreme existence in the immemorial land. Many underworld gods narrowed their eyes. According to rumors, only the birth of such an extraordinary existence would cause such a huge phenomenon. When the auspicious signs appeared, an incomparably huge pressure that surpassed all living things pressed down on the entire immemorial land. All living things, including quasi-deity-level existences, were forced to acknowledge allegiance to the ground and kowtowed in the direction of the Een Mountain with extreme devotion. In the underworld Emperor Immortal Palace above the Een Mountain, Qin Feng opened his eyes. His divine sense moved slightly, and the entire immemorial land seemed to change along with his divine sense. With a single thought, all living beings were under his control. He naturally comprehended the creation of heaven and earth and the supreme principle of the universe. Is this the power of divinity? A world in the palm of one's hand? A trace of a smile flashed across Qin Feng's face. He raised his head and seemed to see a huge altar in the void endlessly, withstanding waves of terrifying impact for him. The torrent seemed to originate from the deepest part of heaven and earth and was endless. The power was incomparably chaotic and seemed to contain the mysteries of heaven. The huge altar could only block a part of it. The other part flowed into a huge kingdom and was absorbed by that unbelievably huge kingdom, turning into a pure stream that merged into his body. It turned into an inconceivable and marvelous power that nourished his divine body. Crack! In his ears, it was as if a certain barrier was naturally shattered by this torrent, and he instantly completed the accumulation above the king realm. The divinity in his body turned into 12 balls, and in the next moment, they suddenly sank into the depths of the semi-illusory origin divine spark, turning into a huge divine spark that was like the sun. The marvelous power surged out. It was abnormally stable and didn't show the slightest sign of weakness. The fourth stage of the heaven realm, the strong heaven realm, which is the quasi-emperor realm. The quasi-emperor realm is already half a step beyond the scope of laws and can control a part of the laws of water. Qin Feng closed his eyes slightly and sensed. He felt an extremely huge power changing in his body. His divine power was even more majestic and vast. It seemed that a trace of aura could kill a king realm expert. Moreover, in this world, I am a divine being who controls the laws of heaven and earth. I'm like a peerless sovereign god. Anyone who enters here will be tantamount to entering my sovereign god kingdom, and they will die without a doubt. Qin Feng closed his eyes and channeled the power of the entire heaven and earth into his spiritual will. His spiritual will seemed to have transcended the outer space and entered an unimaginable level. He saw his Lord God's space, which was hidden in the endless space-time dimensions. He saw the other 5 continents not far from the immemorial lands. The fiery red spirit flames continent, earth yellow rocky continent, the light blue heavenly meow continent, the pure white radiance continent, the dark and obscure dark continent. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong also sensed 5 extraordinary God Force auras. They belonged to the 5 true God Guardians of the 5 continents. Using his powerful divine thought, Qin Feng even saw the divine kingdoms of the 5 guardian gods. In the sky above the immemorial land, he saw a divine kingdom in the clouds above a giant tree. It was an extremely huge divine kingdom, and the aura it exuded was far beyond that of an ordinary divine kingdom. It already possessed a trace of transcendental aura that transcended the temperature of space-time. It was a sovereign kingdom that was currently transforming. The sovereign kingdom of the goddess of life, Lu Qi. At this moment, within the sovereign kingdom of the life sovereign, the newly promoted half-step sovereign of life, Lu Qi, suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze followed the direction of the endless space-time and looked at the immemorial land beneath her feet. Just now, she had clearly sensed an extremely majestic power silently brushing past the sovereign kingdom of the life sovereign. If not for the fact that her life sovereign divine spark was currently transforming into a sovereign divine spark and the God force within her body had greatly increased, she definitely would not have sensed that extremely majestic power. Looks like it's that 9th underworld king's doing again. Has his strength increased again? A hint of envy flashed across the face of the sovereign god of life, who was currently transforming. Although the other party's strength was currently inferior to hers, the resources he had at his disposal were something even she envied, especially his ability to earn resources. It was admirable, a very weak feeling. Scanning the sovereign god of life with his spiritual will, Qin Feng sensed that if he used the power of the immemorial land, he would be able to easily injure this woman. Extending his spiritual will, he extended it to the periphery of the immemorial land and carefully sensed it. Suddenly, Qin Feng's expression changed. Not far from the immemorial land, in the immemorial land's endless void that was only half a month's time away, a small team consisting of only a few hundred beings was making their way over. Although there were only a few hundred of them, each of them exuded an unusually powerful aura. These people had gigantic physiques, as if they were void fiend gods that traversed the depths of the endless void. Their true bodies were powerful, easily reaching hundreds of feet. The terrifying chaos chi in the void could not harm these beings. This was especially true for the two giants in the lead. One of them had a true body that exceeded 10,000 feet. The other was even more terrifying, with a true body that was close to 30,000 feet. Ancestor spirit extermination. That's one of the divine tree continents in the immemorial land. At that moment, the giant on the side suddenly spoke. His voice boomed like thunder in the endless void. This was an extremely powerful being. The aura he exuded far surpassed king level and was already at quasi-emperor level. As for the being whom he respectfully addressed as ancestor spirit extermination, his aura had reached the peak of quasi-emperor level. His aura did not pale in comparison to a half-step lord like the sovereign of life. Behind them, many of the giants looked at the two existences with great respect. Although the human ancestor land was vast and had many powerhouses. However, there were only a handful of primogenitors like ancestor spirit extermination. He was the true first-generation primogenitor of the human ancestor tribe. Meanwhile, ancestor spirit extermination was one of the few first-generation primogenitors left in the human ancestor land. He was also a ferocious and renowned supreme being. Many extraterritorial continents had perished in his hands. The immemorial land. Ancestor spirit extermination's expression was unreadable, but there was a ferocious glint in his eyes. To all the human ancestors, this place was a place of humiliation. There was no telling how many powerhouses of the human ancestor tribe had died here. Seeing ancestor spirit extermination's expression, the human ancestor powerhouse beside him immediately laughed. According to the information from that goddess, the immemorial land's heaven and earth maxim has been perfected. However, it's at its weakest now. As long as we destroy this continent and obtain the feedback of the continent's destructive power, Lord Primogenitor will be able to achieve great success in one fell swoop and advance to become the second supreme lord of the human ancestor land. He bowed respectfully. Your subordinate, Lei Kuei, congratulates Lord Primogenitor for achieving great success and advancing to the path of destruction, Lord's position. Ancestor spirit extermination nodded. He could not hide his smugness at the same time. After waiting for countless eras, there was finally hope today. Chapter 1260. They've really sent half-step lords. A sneer flickered in Qin Feng's divine telekinesis. A hint of relief flashed through his eyes. If he had not chosen to perform unification and become a divine venerate, he might not have been able to do anything to these powerhouses from the ancestral continent in a one-on-one battle. If that had happened, he might have been able to repel them with his creator space, but he might have had to pay a heavy price. However, since I've become a divine venerate, there's no need for you to leave now that you're here. Qin Feng's eyes were icy cold. As the group of ancestral humans approached the space and time enveloped by the primordial land's crystal wall system, he smirked coldly. An extremely mysterious brilliance appeared behind his head, faintly transforming into a gigantic, crystalline, translucent wheel of light. The gigantic wheel of light covered tens of thousands of worlds. Countless lives were being created and destroyed within it. It was the heavenly Tao wheel manifested by the primordial land's heaven and earth rule. It represented the extent of the divine venerate's control over heaven and earth. Subsequently, an extremely majestic suction force was born from the crystal wall system. Space-time power gushed out like a tidal wave. Under the leadership of ancestor spirit extermination and human emperor Lei Kuei, the ancestral humans were rapidly approaching the gigantic extraterritorial continent manifested by the primordial land. Oh no! Ancestor spirit extermination's tall figure was surrounded by boundless divine might. At that moment, his eyes were fixed in front of him. Shock flickered on his ancient face. Heavenly Tao, fear of destruction of all worlds. As the group of ancestral humans watched in bewilderment, a layer of grayish-black, majestic divine power erupted around him like a meteor. It blasted forward with a loud bang. Subsequently, layers of invisible energy suddenly appeared in front of the extremely bright primordial land. It swept over like a tidal wave. Oh no, it's the heavenly Tao, space-time power. The primordial land has given birth to a heavenly Tao saint. Lei Kuei's expression changed. Almost without hesitation, he turned into a bolt of lightning and tore through space-time rapidly, fleeing madly. Intense rage flashed across his face as he fled. That person from before had not mentioned that a heavenly Tao saint had been born in the primordial land, a heaven and earth that had given birth to a heavenly Tao saint, and one that had not were two completely different things. Could this be a trap? Lei Kuei's fleeing light became more rapid. The heavenly Tao, space-time, energy surged out of the crystal wall like a torrent. Spirit extermination primogenitor's divine power of destruction hit the torrent and stirred up a huge wave. Part of the time and space power of the heavenly way was shattered by the terrifying divine power of destruction, but most of it turned into a huge wave that drowned the human ancestors' troops. This included Lei Kuei, who was trying his best to escape. No, many human ancestor experts did not even have the time to roar in anger before they were suddenly drowned in the torrent of heavenly Tao space-time. Damn it! Demi-immortal laws, chaos, heaven, annihilation. Within the heavenly Tao's space-time torrent, a giant human ancestor that was 3,000 feet tall struggled with all his might. A destructive force appeared around him, turning into a pitch-black divine axe. He swung his axe. A terrifying fluctuation that seemed to split the heavens and earth appeared under the axe, and a crack appeared in the space-time power of the heavenly Tao. With a flash, primogenitor, spirit extermination, appeared beside Lei Kuei. He grabbed the struggling human ancestor and flew out of the space-time crack. In the next moment, he turned into a beam of black light and rapidly tore through space, flying out of the range of the primeval land's crystal wall. Did a big fish slip away? Qin Feng opened his eyes, a gloomy light flashing through them. However, seeing the essence energy left behind by the heavenly Tao's space-time power after the several hundred human ancestors were torn apart, Qin Feng smiled. These several hundred human ancestors all contained a portion of the forefather continent's power. After the primeval land devoured them, it would be quite beneficial. It's just a pity about those two big fish. However, as long as they appear within the range of this crystal wall space-time, they'll be caught sooner or later. Qin Feng thought to himself. Outside the crystal wall, the massive human ancestors were swept back. The moment they entered the crystal wall, their remnant bodies transformed into extremely dense essence energy that was absorbed by the crystal wall and fed back to the primeval land. What remained were the souls of the several hundred human ancestors, each of them containing a rich brand of the forefather continent. The will of the heavenly Tao in the crystal wall analyzed and absorbed it. A portion of the forefather continent's traces would become nutrients for the primeval land. At the same time, the coordinates of the forefather continent would be grasped by Qin Feng, a heavenly Tao saint. In the future, it would become a target for hunting in the overgod space. In the depths of the endless void that had remained motionless since ancient times, two streaks of flowing light appeared, revealing two frighteningly huge figures. The two ancient human ancestors had gloomy expressions, their eyes flashing with rage. These two were none other than primogenitor spirit extermination and human sovereign Lei Kuei, who had just escaped. The two of them looked miserable. Their originally majestic and terrifying thousand-zhong god bodies had withered. They were as thin as a match. Their hair had already grown white behind their shoulders. Their pitch-black hair was now snow-white, and their eye sockets were sunken. The two had been struck by the heavenly Tao's space-time power, causing space-time to accelerate. It was unknown how much of their essence energy had been consumed in the heavenly Tao's space-time torrent. If primogenitor spirit extermination had not used life extermination to forcefully break through the heavenly Tao's space-time torrent, they would have been reduced to two sets of white bones. The two human ancestors had not only failed to obtain any benefits, but their vitality had also been greatly damaged. The rich void, chaos yuan qi, was absorbed by the two coiled figures, and the withered bodies of the two human ancestors slowly began to fill up. Their auras gradually recovered, but their white hair would not be restored in a short period of time. Lord Primogenitor, what should we do next? That person might have already betrayed us. Should we? Human Sovereign Lei Kuei's eyes flashed with brutality, and he made a throat-slitting gesture. He had suffered such serious injuries this time, and it would take at least 1,000 years for him to recover. Someone had to pay for such a huge loss. Primogenitor spirit extermination opened his eyes, and a gloomy light flashed in his eyes. Tian Miao wouldn't have the guts to lie to us. After all, we still have something on her. If the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness finds out that she colluded with the enemy, she knows what will happen to her. She wouldn't dare to offend us. Then what should we do? Are we just going to look at the Archean land this time? Human Sovereign Lei Kuei's eyes flashed with unwillingness. He looked in the direction of the Archean land, and his eyes were filled with greed and anger. A continent with heaven and earth laws that had just been perfected was extremely valuable, even in the eyes of the sovereigns. If they could destroy this continent and obtain its origin, they would have a chance to become a sovereign. Primogenitor spirit extermination pondered for a moment. Let's go back. Actually, it's not like we didn't gain anything this time. At least we've figured out a part of the Archean land situation. When we return and report to the Great Earth God, I believe the Great Earth God won't leave this fat piece of meat untouched. Human Sovereign Lei Kuei nodded fiercely and gritted his teeth. All right, let's go back and report to the Great Earth Master God immediately. With the power of the Great Earth Master God and the other supreme existences, even with the divine protection, this extraterritorial continent will still be ours in the end. Chapter 1261. At this moment, outside the immemorial land, when the human ancestors team was destroyed, there were also several gazes fixed on this place. It was a majestic place surrounded by white clouds and countless palaces. It was the core of a huge extraterritorial continent, the Eastern Wilderness Continent. This was one of the 33 heavens in the myriad worlds. Generally speaking, experts from low-level continents would break through the void and ascend to the upper realm after breaking through their cultivation limits. The Eastern Wilderness Continent was one of the upper realms in the myriad worlds. As everyone knew, this continent was the headquarters of a huge god system in the myriad worlds, the Eastern Wilderness God System. The Eastern Wilderness God System's master god was the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor. Although this Great Emperor had become a master god at a relatively young age among many god systems, his strength was not inferior to the veteran masters of the various god systems in this area. In a huge palace that was as large as heaven and earth, majestic and sacred light shadows descended as if they were above the myriad worlds. Master God, do we need to dispatch a small team to destroy these human ancestors? A powerful god with an unusually dense divine light on his body asked in a deep voice. In the palace, all the mighty existences heard this and looked at the majestic existence sitting on the huge throne in the center, who was like a huge sun. As everyone knew, the Eastern Wilderness God System and the Eastern Wilderness God System were mortal enemies. The Eastern Wilderness God System's master god was the Eastern Wilderness Master God. He was also an ancient existence, born in another ancient continent that was not inferior to the Spirit Sea continent in terms of heritage. Because the two had similar titles, they began to fight each other almost as soon as they clashed. The grudge had extended for thousands of eras and evolved into a mortal enemy. There was no end to it. Of course, the main reason was that the two masters had a conflict of great Taos. If either of them devoured the other, they could advance further. This god feels that this might be a good opportunity for us, a chance to make the Eastern Wilderness God System suffer a great loss. A huge true god emitting boundless light sneered. If the plan is right, we might be able to kill one of their masters. It's the ultimate crimson divine emperor. Many true gods were unusually respectful. In an extremely huge god system, there could only be one master god. The master god here didn't refer to the realm, but to the position of the master of the god system. In the divine system, only the master god could give birth to other master gods. These master gods were the deputies of the master god of the divine system. Generally speaking, according to the rules, they would be conferred the title of divine emperor. After the master god of life, Lu Qi, had completed her ascension, she would also be called the godly emperor of life by the Eastern Wilderness god system. A huge pantheon was basically intertwined with countless lower continents and upper continents. It had influence in the endless heavens. Although the Eastern Wilderness divine system had only existed for 1,000 eras, it was one of the most powerful divine systems. It was considered a rising star. Other than the Eastern Wilderness divine master, there were 5 other divine emperors under his command. Once the heavenly life goddess completed her advancement, there would be 6 divine emperors. It was rare for a divine system to have 6 divine emperors. The title of divine emperor wasn't an empty title, and it was one that possessed true authority. Only those that controlled more than 36 outer realm continents under their command had the qualifications to be called divine emperors. Generally speaking, if one had the power of a chief god but did not have a fief, one could only be addressed as an emperor. The one who spoke just now was the ultimate crimson divine emperor. The third divine emperor of the Eastern Wilderness divine system was also from the Spirit Sea continent. He attained the Tao in the primordial era, and his seniority was even older than the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. He was a strong practitioner of the primordial era. Later on, he joined the Eastern Wilderness divine system. To be able to stand out among the true gods of the various continents in the divine system, the ultimate East divine emperor was undoubtedly not simple. Ultimate Crimson, since you have an idea, I will leave this matter to you. Now that the war between the Eastern Wilderness divine system and the Eastern Wilderness divine system has reached a critical juncture, the other divine emperors all have their own missions, and the other divine systems are all itching to make a move. When the victor is decided, the fisherman will reap the benefits. You have to be careful. A faint and dignified voice came from the central divine throne. If necessary, I will send divine Emperor Earth Mother to lend you a hand. Yes, the ultimate crimson divine emperor lowered his head slightly. At this moment, he suddenly swept his gaze across a figure in the water mirror in the hall. Your Majesty, what are the arrangements for that divine emperor life and that young man? His gaze landed on that young existence in the underworld of the primordial land. Every major divine system had to accept new blood in every epoch. They had to accept a portion of the newly ascended true gods into the divine system to ensure that the divine system would continue to prosper. It was the same for the Eastern Wilderness divine system. This was especially so for the Spirit Sea continent. This golden epoch was driven by the combined efforts of a few major divine systems in the Spirit Sea continent. Naturally, the numerous gods that were born this time were likely to be the strongest generation after the primordial era. Numerous geniuses and the major divine systems were already eyeing them covetously, each with their own goals. The Eastern Wilderness divine system couldn't fall behind. In the eyes of the ultimate Crimson Divine Emperor, that powerful junior called the Ninth Underworld King was extremely rare in the primordial era, regardless of whether it was talent, fate, or wisdom. That young junior is not bad. In this epoch, if there is anyone in the Spirit Sea continent who is most likely to advance to the Master God realm, he is definitely one of them. On the side, another Divine Emperor also spoke. His figure was gloomy, and anyone who looked at him would feel as if they were witnessing the end of the world. The terrifying scene of all things collapsing and heaven and earth turning into chaos. This was a divine emperor who cultivated the path of great destruction. His title was Divine Emperor Vanish. His body was shrouded in gloomy light, and his eyes were looking at the changes in the primordial era in the crystal. Billions of lives were born and died in his eyes, as if there was infinite horror. Although he said so, no one could understand his thoughts. On the side, a beautiful goddess spoke softly. "This kid is not bad, especially since he has cultivated His Majesty's 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll. It can be said that he is born with a karmic connection with the Eastern Wilderness divine system. However, I can see that this kid is arrogant and has the bearing of an overlord. I'm afraid he won't be willing to submit to His Majesty easily. However, we could be allies in the future." "Allies? Him? Sister, you think too highly of this kid." On the side, another goddess who looked exactly the same as the previous goddess, but had a different temperament, chuckled coldly. On the side, many true gods heard these two speak, and they immediately shut their mouths. These two goddesses were born on the same continent, the giant god's continent. They were the two sides of an innately born origin god. That origin god was the goddess of destiny, and she was split into two. One became the goddess of fortune, while the other became the goddess of misfortune. Although they both belonged to the Eastern Wilderness divine system, the two goddesses were usually at odds with each other. These two goddesses were very powerful. When they worked together, even the divine emperors of the divine system would have a headache. The goddess of misfortune glanced at the goddess of fortune, and a cold smile flashed on her beautiful face. This epic of the Linghai continent isn't simple at all. Countless old antiques have appeared, and there are quite a few who are no less talented than the emperors of the past. Just watch. With that kid's achievements, becoming a godly king in this epic is already the limit. As for becoming an overgod, it'll probably take him dozens or even hundreds of epics to have a chance. Chapter 1262. Many gods agreed with the misfortune goddess words. The Lord God realm was not that simple. Among the many gods present, there were many peerless geniuses from other continents. Before becoming a god, there were many who had the 9th Underworld King's background. However, before reaching the Lord God realm, they wasted their time. Only a few were lucky enough to break through to the Lord God realm. Recruiting new blood is indeed a big deal. The Linghai continent's evolution is about to reach its peak. The Linghai gods of this era are about to be born. Luck, misfortune, you too pay more attention during this period. If necessary, contact them in advance. Yes, Your Majesty. The luck goddess and the misfortune goddess walked up the hall to receive the order. Galaxy continent, Myriad Star Peak. In the immemorial land, when Qin Feng took control of the immemorial land and became the heavenly god of the immemorial land, he was affected. On the galaxy continent, Wang Xian had also completed the final deduction. The star god realm was also born. On the mountain peak, Wang Xian was dressed in white. His aura only trembled slightly at the peak of the monarch realm. Crack! An invisible bottleneck was broken, and his aura rose abruptly, entering a mysterious realm. Rumble! A sky-piercing blue-green brilliance formed a heavenly pillar that penetrated deep into the firmament. Above the firmament, a huge nebula that looked like a dragon spun violently. Billions of stars shone brightly, illuminating the void as if it was daytime. At this moment, countless experts looked in the direction of the Myriad Star Peak in shock. The white-robed Wang Xian's body began to change in the starlight. Countless tree roots spread out like dragons. In the blink of an eye, Wang Xian's lower body turned into countless tree roots. Countless tree roots suddenly sank into the Myriad Star Peak under the horrified gazes of the Myriad Star Sect disciples. They followed the mountain and stretched for millions of miles. At the same time, Wang Xian's upper body was also changing. It turned into a thick tree vine that seemed to reach the heavens. The tree vine seemed to extend into the depths of the firmament and into the billions of stars. In the depths of a nebula above his head, the constellation in the center shone brightly. Gradually, a huge galaxy divine kingdom was born. Wang Xian's thoughts changed. The starlight covered the ground, and the essence of the stars formed the tiles. Everywhere was filled with light and fragrance. The silver buildings, palaces and small buildings, the eaves, windows, and railings were all decorated with various gems. The star divine trees were arranged in rows, and the heavenly scale ribbons were hanging from their branches. In the center, a vine pierced through the bottom of the divine kingdom and into the center of the divine kingdom, turning into a strange vine tree. The ancient tree absorbed the power of the stars in the sky. It began to blossom and bear fruit. The boundless power of the Milky Way gushed towards the flower buds in the Milky Way kingdom. How terrifying was the power of the Milky Way! It was as if an innate divine fetus had been nurtured by the enormous planet beneath his feet. A strange divine body absorbed the power of the stars and was rapidly reborn. Its bones, flesh, and internal organs quickly turned into an extremely handsome young man in a white robe. Endless starlight flowed into his body. His aura started to break through from zero. Human grade, Xian grade, Earth grade, Heaven grade, Monarch grade, Peak grade, and Monarch grade. Without any hindrance, he directly broke through the peak of the Monarch level and entered the deity level. The moment his aura entered the divine level, Wang Xian opened his eyes. A trace of divine light flickered in his eyes, and his aura shook. The stars in the sky seemed to tremble violently along with this trace of aura. So that's how it is. The so-called deity level is actually a different path. By combining one's own profound chi with the star martial spirit, it becomes a natal star soul. Then, with the help of the stars and the power of the Milky Way, it goes back to the origin and back to the innate star fetus to be nurtured. This is the innate star God nurtured by the Milky Way. The martial spirits awakened by countless soul cultivators on the continent are actually the astral souls of the stars in the sky. The process of strengthening the martial spirit is the process of strengthening the astral soul. Until the day when a martial spirit and the martial spirit become one and comprehend the true essence of the martial spirit. The martial spirit is born as an innate star god. Wang Xian's eyes flickered with a strange light. In fact, on the Milky Way continent, many people had gone astray. Looking for the star ring in the Milky Way was a mistake. The real way to level up should be to abandon the physical body, combine oneself with the star soul, return to the star fetus, and become an innate star god nurtured by the star fetus. That was the real way to reach the deity level. As for searching for the star ring, although it could make the martial spirit extremely powerful, without the nurturing of the star fetus and the nourishment of the Milky Way, one could only be considered a fake true god. At this moment, he could feel that with a single thought, the power of the Milky Way seemed to correspond to him. This power was unbelievably vast. With a single thought, he could destroy a continent, and he could also create a continent. At this moment, in the Milky Way, this huge divine nation had just been born. Only faint starlight shone from the Milky Way. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he spoke. The heavens and earth are divided into yin and yang. Darkness is the back and light is the front. There must be light. As his voice fell, a strange fluctuation filled the entire heavens and earth. Pure light was born in the divine nation. Light separated the light and darkness. Golden mouth and jade words. Wang Xian looked at the huge divine nation. The divine nation was desolate and boundless. There must be water in the divine nation. In an instant, billowing water emerged from the ground and filled the entire divine nation. The entire divine nation turned into a boundless lake. All the water in the heavens and earth gather and reveal the earth. As his voice fell, a strange energy fluctuated. The water contracted and formed an ocean, revealing the coast and islands. Above the divine nation, life was beginning to appear. There must be trees on the land. Follow their species. In an instant, the land was covered with green trees and vegetation. Wang Xian glanced over with a smile in his eyes. At this moment, after becoming an innate star god, he was almost omnipotent on the Milky Way continent. However, He was not satisfied with this. The Milky Way continent was hidden in the depths of the Milky Way continent. It was probably still a virgin land. Such a place would be discovered by other core gods sooner or later, and they would occupy it. Since that was the case, why couldn't he occupy this precious land first and turn it into a base for nurturing experts? In Wang Xian's opinion, the martial soul system was undoubtedly outstanding. Most importantly, the laws of heaven and earth on this continent were not incomplete. It could give birth to deity positions, although they were all-star deity positions. If his main body, Qin Feng, became a core god in the future, he would definitely have to establish a god system. The gods under him could not only rely on the underworld gods born in the primordial lands. A true pantheon should be all-encompassing and all-encompassing, with all kinds of gods present. Moreover, after a short period of research, Wang Xian discovered that the Milky Way continent seemed to have other huge secrets and opportunities. Chapter 1263. That secret might have something to do with the celestial ancestor's location. What was the celestial ancestor, the Lord of the Stars? The celestial ancestor was also an overgod. According to Wang Xian's observations, he seemed to be the only celestial god in the billions of galaxies. He was the first celestial god born here. This gave him a chance. He could enlighten the celestial gods and become their guide. The worship of the stars would naturally allow him to become one of the celestial Taos, over gods, through the dedication of the celestial Tao. As the successor of the Xingqian school and the true disciple of the Myriad Star sect, coupled with the fact that he was already a celestial god, he was definitely the top celestial Tao on this continent. However, the celestial ancestor's position couldn't be achieved overnight. He had to plan slowly. Maybe I can first become the god of this continent, similar to the primordial land. After I completely control the galaxy, I can enlighten the stars. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. His lips moved slightly, and in the next moment, an extremely vast pressure swooped down from the billions of stars, pressing down on the entire galaxy, on the Star River continent. When they sensed this terrifying power, all living beings prostrated themselves on the ground. At this moment, even the top few monarchs of the major forces were shocked, and their bodies couldn't help but kneel down. They circulated their monarch's power, sweating profusely, and barely managed to resist this terrifying pressure. Countless monarchs' faces were ashen, and they were shocked. That pressure came from the billions of galaxies. Even from such a distance, it still pressed down on them, the top experts of the continent, until they were on the verge of collapse. One could only imagine how powerful it was. I am a celestial ancestor, the master of the stars, the Lord of the Stars. Today, I have attained the Tao, and I will be lecturing on the great Tao of the star gods in the 33 Heavens Taichu Dojo. Those who are fated can come and listen. A loud and majestic voice resounded throughout the galaxy. At this moment, this voice appeared in the ears of countless experts on the galaxy like a thunderclap. In the West Shu Empire's palace, a huge divine aura struck, and many civil and military officials in the main hall knelt on the ground. Even the Guardian Realm experts were sweating profusely. On the throne, there was a domineering emperor with a dignified expression and wearing a dragon robe. The golden halo around his body condensed into a solid substance, barely blocking the majestic aura. The innate celestial ancestor, the master of the stars, and the master of the stars. Emperor Chu's eyes flickered like flames. What a powerful cultivation. This is the power that the monarch-level experts of the past yearned for, but could not obtain. How can this emperor not participate in a lecture on the great Tao of the star gods? The peerless emperor laughed out loud. With a flash, he disappeared from where he stood. Within the imperial palace of the Great Qin Empire, an old man with pure white hair and beard stood in the air above the imperial palace. He stared into the depths of the void, at the enormous star that seemed to be the leader of all the stars in the world. The innate star ancestor? How dare you call yourself the star ancestor? I don't know where he came from, but since he was the first to break through to the deity realm, He must be someone with real talent. I only hope that he can really teach us the great Tao of the star gods and help us break through to the deity realm. He pondered, Ancestor, should we go and listen to the lecture? Behind him, a group of venerated experts looked at the white-haired old man, their eyes filled with eagerness. A lecture by a deity realm expert could be said to be unprecedented. If the innate celestial ancestor was willing to disclose the secrets of the deity realm, everyone would benefit immensely. Go, why not? Let's go together. How can we miss out on the great Tao of the star gods? The white-haired old man made the final decision. The group turned into streams of light and rushed toward the myriad star sect. There was a vine ladder that could be seen with the naked eye, leading to the Taichu Dojo of the 33 galaxies. Outside the sea, in the depths of the endless deep sea, many experts of the oceanic race gathered in a magnificent palace of the oceanic race. The powerful aura released by the innate celestial ancestor was blocked by a group of oceanic race experts. One of the oceanic kings had an ugly expression. Your Majesty, who is this innate celestial ancestor? How can he be so powerful? The group of oceanic race experts suffered a huge blow. It was no wonder that many oceanic race experts were bent on attacking the Star River continent and occupying those fertile lands and resources. These days, they had won successive battles, and many of the empires and sects along the coast were razed one by one. They were about to take another step forward. They never thought that such a terrifying figure would appear. Across billions of galaxies in the distant void, his pressure made many oceanic race experts tremble and sweat profusely. This was much more powerful than the oceanic race expert, the oceanic race emperor. When the oceanic emperor first advanced, he did not have such terrifying power. On the divine throne, the oceanic emperor's expression changed. This majestic female emperor was as cold as ice. Her eyes changed, and she faintly felt the gap between her and the other party. Logically speaking, there should be no difference between the two of them as immortals. Could it be that there's some trick that I don't know? With a change of heart, the oceanic emperor stood up. Such a great existence has appeared on the continent. We have to pay our respects. Bring gifts and follow me to the innate celestial ancestors' Taichu Dojo. A moment later, in the vast sea, dozens of meteors soared into the sky one after another, flying along the vines of the myriad star sect to the galaxy beyond the heavens. The continent was abnormally lively. From time to time, streams of light could be seen soaring into the sky. Countless hidden experts came out one after another, and rushed toward the myriad star sect. This was the first time the innate celestial ancestor had preached since the creation of the world. Not to mention listening to the innate celestial ancestors preaching. If they could take this opportunity to directly enter the immortal state, it would be excellent even if they could become that great existence's fighter. With such a powerful existence as their backer, even if the oceanic race unified the galaxy continent, they would still have to be polite and wary. Streams of light flew by at an extremely fast speed, rushing to be the first, for fear of missing the time to listen to the innate celestial ancestors preaching. The immemorial land. In the underworld Emperor Temple, the rich starlight around Qin Feng changed, and there was a change that was not inferior to the innate celestial god. A moment later, Qin Feng opened his eyes and frowned. It doesn't seem to work. The power of the stars here is too weak. I can't refine the body of the innate celestial god in a short time like the galaxy continent. But maybe I can do it in the Linghai continent. The Linghai continent has 9 huge galaxies. Although it is slightly inferior to the rich laws of stars in the galaxy continent, it will be easy for me to advance to the celestial god state. Qin Feng's expression relaxed slightly, and a smile appeared between his eyebrows. Thinking of everything in the galaxy continent, he was even more satisfied. Becoming the innate celestial ancestor was a good idea. If he could achieve it, he would have more confidence in his path to becoming the Lord God. Feeling the huge power roaring in his body, Qin Feng's eyes flickered. It's time to return to the Linghai continent and take over the Xingqian school. I may update less today. I need to go to the hospital and have a small operation. I didn't want to say it. In fact, the editor has asked the author to rest a long time ago. He can temporarily stop updating, but the author doesn't like to stop updating. He has been updating for a year, almost 4 times a day. It has become a habit. I have an appointment at 9 o'clock today. I won't say too much. I will try my best to keep updating. I just hope that those who can read the original version will support it as much as possible. Don't let the author's efforts go to waste. Finally, I wish everyone a happy 515 Fan Day. Chapter 1264. The Galaxy Continent. The galaxy beyond the 33 heavens. It looked like it was beyond the heavens, but it was actually in the chaos beyond the stars in the crystal wall system. Billions of galaxies bathed in chaos energy, nourishing the stars and strengthening their starlight. Every star was growing like a living creature. The galaxy continent was quite dangerous. In addition to the countless stars in the heavens, there was also the chaotic wind formed by the terrifying chaos energy mixed with the starlight. The slightest carelessness would cause one to be swept away by the chaotic wind and turn into a dried corpse. Although the heaven-reaching vines could reach the Taichu training grounds in the chaos. However, the vines that reached the heavens didn't block out the layer of gray, cloud-like, chaotic gales in the billions of galaxies. There were 9 layers of wind. It was called the 9 layers of wind. One had to pass through the 9 layers of wind to enter the galaxy outside the heavens. Before long, a large group of experts gathered in front of the gray, chaotic wind. The weakest was a Heaven Realm expert, and most were Monarch Realm experts. Among them, there was no lack of peak Monarch Realm experts. Everyone stopped and watched. The 9 layers of wind was no joke. One could lose their lives if they were not careful. Layers of clouds overlapped. In the vast and boundless divine nation, the palace gates closed. Extremely majestic palaces rose from the ground like heavenly palaces. At the center was a palace shrouded in faint purple clouds. That palace was extremely mysterious. It was as if the brilliance of billions of stars in the heavens fell on this purple palace. Innate Taichu Palace. The Azure Dragon Star God sat high on a cloud platform. Wang Xian looked down at the 9 layers of wind with a strange look in his deep eyes. To become a star ancestor, one had to first become a heavenly god of the galaxy continent. The reason he could easily reach unification and control the primordial land was because he had made great contributions to the primordial land. He had established the underworld and perfected yin and yang. The primordial land's origin will naturally favor him. In reality, the difficulty of becoming a god of a world wasn't inferior to attaining the Tao and becoming a god in a certain world. In the galaxy continent, Wang Xian had used the power of the creator space to forcefully comprehend the mysteries of the innate star god and become the first true star god in the world. In fact, even so, it was impossible for him to become the saint of the galaxy in this world. However, it will be different with merit. To Wang Xian, educating the stars and helping this world grow was the easiest way to obtain this world's merit. After a period of observation under the strong wind, someone finally could not hold it in any longer. In Wang Xian's eyes, it was an extremely powerful female sea race expert, the Sea Emperor. Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly. There was also a layer of extraordinary starlight on the other party's body. It was faintly showing signs of merging with a huge star in the sky. He had surpassed the peak of the Monarch Realm. However, he was still a distance away from becoming a true god. She stepped into the chaotic gales, and there seemed to be an azure star appearing above her head, protecting her body. No matter how many violent gales bombarded her body, she remained unmoved. Countless starlight fell from the azure star, and the chaotic astral winds couldn't get close to her body at all. She traveled smoothly, and in the blink of an eye, she passed through the 9 layers of chaotic astral winds. With a flash of brilliance, a blue star flew into the huge divine kingdom. The Sea Emperor glanced at the boundless and incomparably huge star divine kingdom and was stunned. Then he sucked in a breath of cold air. To be able to establish such a powerful star divine kingdom was completely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Although she claimed to have broken through to the god realm, she definitely didn't have such power. Her state of mind was extraordinary, and she quickly regained her composure. She swept her gaze around, and it landed on the many palaces on the cloud platform. She went straight to the purple Tao Palace in the center. Khanate Origin Palace? Looking at the 5 ancient words on the plaque that seemed to be filled with the rhythm of the great Tao, the Sea Emperor took a deep breath and walked in. Unexpectedly, the palace in the depths of the palace didn't seem to be a simple one. It was like a boundless starry sky. Above the starry sky, there were 3,000 huge stars shining, forming 3,000 praying mats. The 3,000 praying mats seemed to represent the 3,000 Khanate star gods. With a sweep of her gaze, the Sea Emperor saw the 14 huge stars at the very front. In the depths of the galaxy, Wang Xian looked at the palace with a deep gaze. The praying mats formed by the 3,000 stars weren't created by him with an exceptional ability. Instead, they were created by the billions of galaxies. On the surface, the 3,000 praying mats looked ordinary. In reality, there was a great mystery behind them. They represented the people destined by the heavens in the billions of galaxies. Once one sat on them, there was an extremely high chance that one would become a Khanate star god in the future. The 3,000 praying mats were just created with the help of Wang Xian, the first Khanate star god. Even Wang Xian himself couldn't control the 3,000 praying mats, especially the 14 praying mats at the front. They represented the 14 main stars in the billions of galaxies in the future. They had a revered status. They were the rulers of the stars. They were second only to Wang Xian, the Khanate star ancestor. Of the 14 main stars, only 4 had been born. They were the 7 Merciless Star, the Extreme Yang Star, the Extreme Yin Star, and the North Star Star. The 7 Merciless Star was a star formed by the baleful aura of the heavens. It controlled the murderous aura of the heavens and earth, and it was difficult to subdue it unless one was an unparalleled killing god. The Extreme Yang Star was the king of the Yang stars in the heavens. It was formed by the most Yang Qi of the heavens and earth. Only the purest Yang existences had the chance to become the Khanate Extreme Yang Star god. The Extreme Yin Star was the leader of the Yin stars in the heavens. It was formed by the condensation of the purest Yin Qi. Only the purest Yin women with the most precious pure Yin fate had the chance to sit on this praying mat and try to become the Khanate Extreme Yin Star God. The North Star was the leader of the stars, the ruler of the heavens and earth. The North Star was extremely special. Wang Xian observed that the sea god's fate was rich. Even if he couldn't become the star god of the 4 main stars, he would still be recognized by one of the stronger stars. However, the sea god looked around, and in the next moment, his figure flashed and landed on the purple praying mat formed by the North Star. It's a North Star? Wang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. In his eyes, the praying mat formed by the North Star did not reject the sea god. In his eyes, the fate of the ruler of the billions of galaxies and the praying mat formed by the North Star seeped into the sea god's body and into the sea god's natal star. The rich fate slowly transformed the star. The star started to emit a purple aura and the Imperial Emperor's aura, transforming into the North Star. Admittedly, the sea god had obtained the fate of the North Star, but to become the North Star, it would take a long time to transform and plan. However, in Wang Xian's eyes, even so, this was still very amazing. Previously, I predicted that the Xing River continent would face a great calamity, but I didn't expect that the sea race would have the fate to unify the Xing River continent. However, if I'm not wrong, even if the sea god can unify the continent, it won't last long. In the end, he will still have the fate of a king. If he wants to become an innate North Star god, it will be extremely difficult. However, If he can stabilize his fate, he might really be able to become an innate North Star god. Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a strange brilliance. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Wang Xian's expression changed, and he turned around. Outside the 9 layers of chaotic astral wind, after seeing the sea god calmly pass through the chaotic astral wind, another peerless existence walked out. It was a white-robed old man with a ruddy face and an ethereal temperament. Ethereal venerable, a peerless master from hundreds of years ago. Someone recognized the old man's identity and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Ethereal venerable. This was a grand elder of the ethereal sect. He was recognized as the strongest master in the Xing River continent hundreds of years ago. For a long time, there had been rumors in the Xing River continent that this old man suffered a backlash from the heavens when he was comprehending a divine rank's secret and had fallen. No one would have thought that he would appear here. Continued with the rhythm of the fourth watch. Chapter 1265. The ethereal venerable's body moved, as if he wasn't in reality or in the void. His body flashed, and under his skin, wisps of grayish-white dragon scales grew out. The fierce chaos wind, which was strong enough to tear apart divine weapons, smashed against the grayish-white dragon scales, causing wisps of white light to flash. The chaotic astral winds disappeared without a sound. When the wind was at its strongest, a star also appeared above his head. It was a dragon-shaped star, like a giant dragon roaring at the sky. It's actually the rare spatial martial soul, the spatial rending dragon. Wang Xian was slightly surprised. Regardless of whether it was a tool martial soul, plant martial soul, or beast martial soul, they all had their own attributes. Generally speaking, spatial martial souls were extremely rare. The ethereal venerable was extremely fast, and like an invisible stream of light, he pierced through the 9 layers of chaotic astral winds and entered the divine nation. With someone taking the lead, the rest of the experts couldn't hold back anymore. Many ancient monarch-level experts, regardless of whether they were from the various sects or ancient clans, used their special techniques and swam through the 9 layers of chaotic astral winds. The West Shu Empire's current Emperor Chu, the Great Shun Empire's old ancestor, Cloud Sky Sect's Emperor Ling Xiao, Thunder Mountain's old ancestor Giant Spirit, Feng family's old ancestor Feng Lin, all of them entered the 9 layers of chaotic astral winds. However, the 9 layers of chaotic astral winds weren't to be trifled with. It was extremely dangerous, and from time to time, someone would be swept away by the chaotic astral winds and die without a complete corpse. However, a large number of experts still passed through the 9 layers of chaotic astral winds and entered the divine nation. Feng Yi also made it through. However, Feng Yi was very clear that she could pass through the 9 layers of chaotic astral winds because Wang Xian was going easy on her. Needless to say, the beautiful woman's heart was filled with sweetness. After entering the massive divine country, they followed the faint hint of guidance from the unseen world and arrived outside a quaint purple palace. The palace doors opened wide, and the 3,000 seats of the innate origin palace appeared before them. Everyone glanced around, and their eyes landed on the first 14 prayer mats. The 14 prayer mats were the closest to the platform where the Khanate ancestor was preaching. They were clearly extraordinary. They didn't see the Ocean Emperor sitting on them. The group's eyes lit up as they squeezed toward the 14 seats. However, in the next moment, everyone's expression changed. Among the 14 seats, other than the one the Ocean Emperor sat on, the other 10 had disappeared. Only 3 were left. Everyone panicked. At this moment, outside the innate Tai Chu Palace, a blazing killing intent that could tear apart the galaxy flashed. It instantly rushed past everyone and landed on one of the praying mats. His hair was red, and his clothes were red. The murderous aura between his brows was enough to tear the world apart. It's him, Shui Wuya of the 7 Kills Palace. The expressions of the experts changed. Many powerful existences couldn't help but reveal a hint of fear on their faces. The Seven Murders Temple was an ancient sect. It was one of the super sects of the Star River continent. One palace, two factions, three sects, four great factions of the Star River continent. One of the palaces referred to the Seven Murders Palace. Shueya of the Seven Kills Palace was a young heaven-grade expert who had recently appeared. He was active in the battlefield between the Alliance of Nations and the Sea Tribe. Many young Sea Tribe experts had died at his hands, especially since he had recently broken through to the heaven rank. His reputation was gradually rising. Many of the older generation powerhouses did not dare to overlook this person. This person, along with several other young powerhouses who had risen to prominence in the Star River continent, were known as the four strongest young kings. Shueya, well done. Give your seat to me. When we return to the sect, I will definitely reward you handsomely. A blood-haired old man laughed strangely. His eyes were filled with pride. This was an old monster of the Seven Murders Palace, the red-haired old monster. He was also an ancient powerhouse at the peak of the monarch grade. He walked toward the front row in a few steps. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. No matter how he walked, he found that he could not get close to the front row. It was as if they were separated by an endless galaxy. Shueya did not seem to hear his call. It seems that the 14 seats in the front row are indeed mysterious. Emperor Chu, Emperor Ling Xiao, Ancestor Giant Spirit, Ancestor Feng Ling, Reverend Withered Rong, Saint Gale, and the other older generation powerhouses' expressions changed. Their eyes were blazing. They instinctively felt the attraction of the front row of praying mats. It was a kind of desire that came from the bottom of their hearts. We must rush over. The group of powerhouses rubbed their fists. It's useless. Don't waste your time. Those 14 seats are not for ordinary people. A faint voice with a sneer sounded. Everyone looked over and realized that the ethereal reverend who had entered first was actually in the second row. Ethereal, why do you say that? A confused voice sounded from the side. It was an old monster with a strong back and an ape's waist. He had a head full of green hair. The aura on his body was extremely dense, and it was filled with an explosive lightning power. He was an expert from the one palace, two factions, three sects, and four factions, the Guardian Lightning sect. There was a green-haired old monster, a red-haired old monster, and a yellow-haired old monster. The Guardian Lightning sect's martial soul had always been famous for its lightning attribute. Their cultivation technique, Destructive Thunder Force, was even more famous for its attack power. The 14 seats in the front row are obviously not ordinary. Strength isn't the most important thing. From my observation, I'm afraid it's fate. The ethereal reverend shook his head. There's actually such a strange rule. At the side, a purple-clothed middle-aged man in a dragon python robe frowned secretly. He was an unparalleled expert from the Yin family, the fiery lord Yin Bewley. The group of people looked helpless. They looked at the two people in the front row, and they had other thoughts. The Ocean Emperor was one thing. Her cultivation was extremely high, and her strength was terrifying. She was far from an ordinary old monster. However, how could Shueya, a mere heaven-grade expert, be able to sit in the front row? The group of old monsters looked unwilling. However, they didn't dare to be presumptuous in the innate Tai Chu Palace. They could only look for their fated seats and sit in them. At this moment, an extremely high temperature appeared in the innate Tai Chu Palace. The group of old monsters' expressions changed. They saw a beautiful figure in a dazed squeeze through the front row and sit in the third seat of the 14 seats in the first row. It was a futon formed by the power of the Sun Star. It's her. Damn it, the Star Ancestor is unfair. Many old monsters looked at the beautiful figure with a ferocious expression. They gritted their teeth, but didn't dare to say anything. It was because the beautiful figure had a powerful backing. No one dared to think too much. Old monster Feng Ling, your Feng family is really lucky. An old monster looked at old ancestor Feng Ling in the crowd with jealousy. Old ancestor Feng Ling glanced at the old monster and looked at the figure in the third seat with a bitter smile. This woman was none other than Feng Yi. At this moment, Feng Yi was dumbfounded. She obviously didn't know why she suddenly sat in the third seat of the first row. However, everyone in the hall knew that the closer the seat was to the front row, the greater the benefits. Chapter 1266. However, everyone was only envious and jealous of Feng Yi. No one dared to have any ideas about her. Everyone knew that the Khanate astral ancestor was from the Myriad Stars sect and had a close relationship with the current sect master. Little did they know that Wang Xian was also confused by all this. Only after using the power of the sovereign space to calculate did Wang Xian understand a bit of the heavenly secrets. Then, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Feng Yi might have had some luck, but her final fate was to die. Wang Xian's own fate was also death, to die at the hands of the real Wang Xian, who had been stolen by the black-hearted elder. That Wang Xian was one of the true children of fortune in this great calamity. But as Wang Xian changed his fate and became a Khanate astral god, all of this changed. Although the general situation remained the same, the minor ones changed. As Wang Xian became a Khanate astral god, Feng Yi, who was his mother in name, had a trace of fate with the astral mother. Mother of myriad stars, mother of all under heaven. Naturally, she received the favor of the Khanate solar star god. Simply put, all of these changes originated from Wang Xian, the Khanate astral ancestor. But it's also a result of fate. After some thought, Wang Xian smiled. He was happy to see Feng Yi become the Khanate solar star mother. But to become the mother of myriad stars, perhaps Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a smile. Xiao Chen looked around and saw that everyone had found their corresponding stars. A clear sound of a bell rang out. Everyone in the hall quieted down. On the high platform, a silver-white figure with a magnificent figure descended. It was soundless, and there were no signs at all. At this moment, the hearts of many old monsters in the hall trembled. No one had noticed the Khanate astral ancestor's appearance. The Khanate astral ancestor sat on the high platform, his silver-white eyes looking down at the countless constellations below. There weren't many experts who had entered the Khanate origin palace this time. Only about 300. Not even a tenth of the 3,000 constellations. But Wang Xian didn't mind. First, most of the continent's experts had arrived. They represented the majority of the astral river continent's fortune and destiny. If he gathered their fortune, he could still become the world's #1 heavenly Tao saint after this Tao lecture. Secondly, the innate constellations were fixed, and if he wanted to become the star ancestor, it was impossible for him to do it all at once. After taking a glance, his eyes were calm as he spoke. From today onwards, the seats will be like this and cannot be changed. This lecture will last for 3 years. The Shi look up to the stars in the sky and use them to calculate the number of human lives. They do not celebrate festivals according to the 5 stars. They only look at the time of year, month, and day. First settle down and settle down. The heavenly palace of the Z-Way heavenly palace is spread across the stars. The space calamity of death causes the heavenly chief battle axe. The heavenly horse, heavenly Lu, brings the fiend god. Qianyang Ho Tuo combined the 4 transformations. Hong Wan Tian delighted in the fire bell punishment. 2 masters great limit and small limit. Fleeting years later in Dojun. The 12 palaces are divided into the 4 transformations. The 4 transformations of Lu, Quan, Ku, and Ji Xing are the most detestable. If there are 2 limits, big and small, if there's a taboo, it is inevitable that there will be a calamity. Kuming ku jia kuei yu, Wen Chang, Wen chu zhu gongming. The purple mansion, the sun, the moon, and the stars gather. Riches and honor are born from the heavens. The Yang Tuo fire bell is the 4 evils. It is not glorious to break through one's limits. The star of fear is mysterious and subtle, and the reason is difficult to understand. Although it is set in the various chapters, there are still words left unsaid. Like the stars, each has its own place. The depth of misfortune and fortune, the length of life, virtuousness, and righteousness. Each has its own point and cannot be discussed. The stars are distributed in the 12 walls, and the number is fixed at 36. Entering the temple is a wonder, and losing the degree is a necessity. Life is the foundation of good fortune, and the origin is the foundation of exhaustion. The stars have the same number, and the number is fixed. The importance of birth and death must be understood, and the difference between the walls and the degrees must be understood. Looking at the purple star Buddha, the image of a heavenly instrument, leading the constellations to form the walls. Saturn resides in the walls, and if it can move, Venus specializes in wealth, and is most afraid of being empty. When the Emperor's star moves, the constellations move quickly, and the greed of guarding the skies leads to a lack of wealth. Everyone has their own duties, and there can be no difference. If one doesn't notice the mechanism and forget the changes, one's fortune will be far from enough. At this moment, Wang Xian was also a peerless almighty who ruled the world. As an innate star god, and with the master god space as his backing, he dabbled in the path of immortality, path of demons, path of sorcery, path of martial arts, path of worship, path of the netherworld. His research on the number of stars in the heavens was not something that some of the future star gods present could match. When such an existence preached, it was truly mysterious to the extreme, with a myriad of phenomena. Billions of galaxies, stars in the heavens, and the power of the stars opened up as if they were excited, celebrating the prosperity and vastness of the path of the stars in the heavens. Endless starlight illuminated the entire Taichu training ground, turning into silver-white lotuses that fell down for the cultivators to absorb. Streaks of starlight were like raging waves, turning into countless rare and strange beasts. Along with the voice of the preaching, the zither and zither played in harmony. There were cranes walking, phoenixes spreading their wings, cheilants strolling. All kinds of strange phenomena, flowers raining down, and endless multicolored light. The old monsters in the training ground couldn't help but scratch their ears and cheeks when they heard the beauty of it. They were extremely happy. This time, Wang Xian didn't immediately start talking about the great path of the star gods. Instead, he started from the foundation, reshaping the origin of this world's cultivation. Then, level by level, he reached the peak of the monarch level. Wang Xian intended to become the star ancestor of this world, opening the origin of the great path of the stars and strengthening this world. Therefore, he wasn't limited to the path of cultivation. The path of alchemy, the path of formations, the path of inscriptions, and the path of weapon refinement were all taught together. Wang Xian traveled through many foreign continents. His knowledge was so vast that even if he casually left out a little bit, it was enough to intoxicate many old monsters. However, Wang Xian didn't force these people to listen to all the principles. He only planted some seeds in their hearts, hoping that they would take root and sprout in the future. Even so, many people had benefited greatly. In 3 years, many people's cultivation had broken through from the heaven level to the monarch level. The monarch level experts took the opportunity to cultivate, straightening their foundations and opening up the path to the star god level in the future. Many people, such as the ethereal honored one, the Chun clan's grand ancestor, old monster Ku Rong, Saint Jiuyao, and other peerless experts, had touched the threshold of the star god level. The ones who benefited the most were the Ocean Emperor, Shui Wuya, and Feng Yi. The Ocean Emperor himself was a pseudo-god level expert. After straightening out his foundation, it would only take a few months for him to become the second innate star god in this world. Shui Wuya and Feng Yi were heaven-grade latecomers, but 3 years ago, it was as if they were on a rocket. Their cultivation realms rose rapidly. Both of them had entered the monarch level, and their foundations were stable. The others had also improved by leaps and bounds. Silently, 3 years passed by like flowing water. Wang Xian stopped speaking at the right time. When the group of people heard the wonderful part, the mysterious Tao voice suddenly stopped. It was as if it was at the climax, but it suddenly ended. Their faces were filled with unspeakable discomfort. They instinctively woke up and some of them even wanted to curse out loud. However, after realizing that this was the innate Tai Chu palace, they restrained their expressions and waited quietly for the astral ancestor's words. They only hoped that the astral ancestor could speak for another 8 to 10 years. The first lecture ends here. The next lecture will be 10 years later. All of you go back. After glancing at the crowd, the innate astral ancestor disappeared from the high platform. Thank you, astral ancestor. Thank you for your mercy. Although the crowd felt a little regretful, their respect came from the bottom of their hearts. No matter how arrogant or dangerous they were, they would remember the favor of the astral ancestor's teachings. The group quietly left the innate Tai Chu palace one by one. From today onwards, with the departure of these people, the title of the astral ancestor would truly spread. Chapter 1267. The Ancestor of All Stars. Halfway there, the Sea Emperor's figure paused slightly, and he seemed to have understood something. Many oceanic race experts looked at the Sea Emperor in front of them in surprise. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Did you learn something from the astral ancestor's sermon? At the side, a Sea King looked at the Sea Emperor inquisitively with a hint of hope in his eyes. The Sea Emperor shook his head slightly, but he was silent in his heart. As the Emperor of the Sea, he knew more about the ancient providence than the average powerhouse. Karmic luck was one's fate, the fate in the legends. Everyone had their own fate from the moment they were born. When one's karmic luck ran out, their fate would also come to an end. On the other hand, if one's karmic luck was abundant, they would be able to turn misfortunes into blessings. The higher one's karmic luck, the greater one's karmic luck. When one's karmic luck was shallow, one could even choke on cold water. It wasn't just individuals. Everything in the world had karmic luck, including some factions, sects, and countries. They all had karmic luck and karmic luck. For example, the top experts who listened to the sermon were all people with great karmic luck. The astral ancestor's sermon was very likely to gather everyone's karmic luck. If they called the astral ancestor, that astral ancestor would be able to obtain their karmic luck and worship. With this thought in mind, the Sea Emperor's heart suddenly became vigilant. The astral ancestor probably wasn't doing this purely to pass on his sermon. He probably wasn't a good person either. But in just a moment, the Sea Emperor felt powerless. The Sea Emperor was powerless to stop it. After this sermon, many experts' cultivation improved greatly, and they saw the benefits. There would only be more people going to the innate origin palace next time. She could restrict the oceanic race and forbid their experts from going to listen to the sermon. However, this would offend the astral ancestor. Secondly, it would sow the seeds of hatred and discord among the oceanic race experts. Thirdly, and most importantly, if more experts went to the innate origin palace to listen to the sermon, the human race's strength would definitely grow rapidly. It wouldn't be long before one or more God-level experts were born. At that time, the oceanic race that had sealed themselves off from the world would even attract a calamity. This was an open and above-board scheme. He had no choice but to obey the overwhelming power of the situation. Right now, the only thing I can do is to trust him and go back. I need to break through to the deity level as soon as possible. Once I reach the deity level as well, I'll have the capital to talk to that star god. I might be able to join forces with the Sea Tribe to break his plan. As the Sea Emperor thought to himself, the group of Sea Tribe experts returned to the boundless sea. On the Star River continent, the return of many experts who had listened to the Tao for 3 years had caused a huge uproar. In particular, the changes in the cultivation of these experts had caused a huge reaction among the major forces on the Star River continent. Many experts who had missed the opportunity were filled with regret. At this moment, the news of the Star Ancestor's second lecture also spread, causing even more experts to jump for joy and roll up their sleeves. Even more experts returned to their sects and immediately went into seclusion. As for the attacks of the Oceanic Tribe, many experts no longer paid any attention to them. Compared to a deity, what was a momentary lapse in strength. It could be imagined that in the next 10 years, there would be a lot of 4 or 5 of them. Boundless divine nation, innate Tai Chu palace. Wang Xian stood on a high platform, countless divine lights flickering in his eyes. Just as the Sea Emperor had guessed, he, Wang Xian, was not a charity. He would not preach the Tao for no reason and publicize the secrets of the deity level. The more deity-level experts that appeared, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Sea tribe. However, the one who was affected the most was still Wang Xian, the first Azure Dragon Star god, the innate star ancestor. However, Wang Xian did not care. At this moment, a huge and sacred altar appeared in front of him. The invisible and mysterious altar continuously absorbed the rich fortune. After being refined by the fortune, the altar gradually turned into a snow-white jade butterfly. This was the heavenly Tao divine jade butterfly refined by the sacred altar, also known as the creation jade butterfly. It represented the identity of the first heavenly Tao divine sovereign. Looking at the snow-white creation jade butterfly that was gradually suffused with a hint of purple, Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. He had succeeded. As long as he refined this jade butterfly, the heavenly Tao divine sovereign's position in the Star River continent would be his. At that time, even if a few more innate star gods appeared in the Star River continent, they would not be able to overturn his palm. Just as the clone in the Star River continent was fusing with the Star River divine sovereign, in the Spirit Ocean continent, Qin Feng's main body returned from the primordial land. In the depths of the 9 huge galaxies. On the origin star, the huge stars had turned into a boundless star divine kingdom. It swallowed and spat out the star Yuan Qi in the billions of galaxies. With a flash of starlight, Qin Feng's figure appeared in the star divine kingdom. The chaos divine power transformed his body into the body of an innate star god. Endless starlight surrounded him, turning into extremely rich star divine runes and fusing into Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng was surprised to find that a part of the star law's mysteries in his body was rapidly forming, and a moment later, it entered the 15th level. He turned into the star divinity sun state. However, it did not end there. Instead, it continued to evolve, and layers of star profound were naturally grasped by him. Step by step, it was perfected, and even a trace of the star law was born. In just an instant, Qin Feng's understanding of the star law had surpassed other laws, reaching a level that was on par with the space law. In a way, he could be considered a true god of both space and star. However, it was not the divine throne in the Spirit Ocean continent. The strongest was undoubtedly the water law, the boundary emperor realm. After slightly comprehending the power of the star law, Qin Feng's expression changed. He turned into a stream of light and flew down, locking on to Xingqian School. In the depths of Xingqian School, white clouds rolled and thousands of stars shone above his head. On a divine peak, an ordinary-looking young man instantly raised his head and looked at the Star River above his head. A trace of surprise flashed quickly. Half a year had passed, and many experts who entered the Eastern Wilderness Divine Treasure had returned one after another. Some of them had given up on exploring the Eastern Wilderness Divine Treasure, but chose to return after completing a certain task. However, there were also people like Qin Feng, who chose to return after unifying the continent and taking it all. Wang Daoi was one of them. He entered the earthly rock continent, one of the 6 continents of the ancient lands. He did not open up the underworld like Qin Feng, but he coincidentally comprehended the mysteries of the Earth's yin-yang reincarnation and defeated the earthly rock guardian true god, thus unifying the earthly rock continent. He also gained a lot from this trip. His understanding of the reincarnation law had reached the peak, and his 10 lifetimes of cultivation had faintly integrated into a comprehensive study, forming a phenomenon of his own. At this moment, his aura was like a god and a demon, like a dark and deep abyss. Chapter 1268. Above the endless Milky Way, A meteor streaked across the sky and soon arrived 1,000,000 miles away from Xingchen School. Below him were the countless stellar peaks of Xingchen School. They were majestic and majestic, like countless islands in the sea of clouds. The peaks were hidden in the clouds, and there was no end in sight. Using his divine will, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. A familiar aura appeared among the peaks. Wang Daoyi? Didn't he enter the eastern wilderness divine treasure? Did he come out? I wonder if Gong Ao came out. Qin Feng saw a young man with a face like the wind and the moon on one of the peaks. That young man was just like an ordinary person who was slightly more handsome. There was no aura at all. He seemed to have seen Qin Feng and nodded slightly at Qin Feng. He shouldn't be back yet. Qin Feng shook his head in an instant. Gong Ao's aura was not in the depths of Xingchen School. Gong Ao was extremely domineering. He had long regarded the position of Xingchen School as his exclusive property. If he returned to the sect, he would definitely not allow Crepe Myrtle Star to take the position. Qin Feng did not hide his aura. That huge aura seemed to be able to freeze time and space. It pressed down on the entire mountain gate of Xingchen School like an avalanche. Countless experts were alarmed. They were all shocked. It's him. In the depths of Xingchen School, in the Lingxiao Hall, Crepe Myrtle Star looked up. A trace of coldness flashed across his eyes. He was no stranger to the aura that flashed and disappeared half a year ago. Whoosh whoosh. Beams of starlight flew out from the depths of the mountain gate. Each of them had an extremely domineering aura. Many of them had an ancient aura. Where did this brat come from? How dare he provoke Xingchen School? How dare he? A group of people with extremely domineering auras were furious. Their faces were cold. Most of these experts were the old antiques of Xingchen School who were in seclusion all year round. Some of them were the old elders of Xingchen School who had sealed themselves and were nearing the end of their lives. He didn't know Qin Feng. Grandmasters, please don't do anything. This is the third true disciple of the sect, primeval King Qin Feng. At this moment, a voice sounded. 5 colored lights swirled, and 5 streams of light flew over. The 5 emperors of Xingchen School. Many of the Xingchen School elders stopped what they were doing and looked at the figures in the 5 streams of light in confusion. His gaze landed on the elder of the Azure Arch, Yang Qingsong, who had spoken earlier. Martial nephew Qingsong. Is this young man the third true disciple of the primordial true King Qin Feng, who contributed the altar secret method to the sect? The one who spoke was an elder who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years. The aura around his body was terrifying. It turned out to be a 14th rank ancient Star Lord. The elders found it hard to believe. The aura of this black-clothed young man was unfathomable. It could be said that he was terrifyingly tyrannical. He was definitely not of the 14th order. He was most likely a peerless existence above the 15th order. When had there ever been such a terrifying true disciple in Xingchen School? Martial nephew Qingsong, are you sure you're not mistaken? It was an old man with a simple face. He was also a peerless expert who had been in seclusion for a long time and had only come out recently. The elder of the Azure Arch shook his head. There's no mistake. He's the third true disciple of the sect, the primordial true King Qin Feng. I believe many of my junior brothers and martial nephews can recognize him. Experts flew out from the sect one after another. Many people recognized Qin Feng. Among them were a group of young disciples from All Stars College a few years ago. Among the acquaintances, Qin Feng saw the 9 Dragons' Holy King, True Lord Fufeng, the Psychic Patriarch, the Light Master Holy King, and the Golden Spirit Patriarch who had made a bet with him on running naked in the savage battlefield. True Lord Hong Wan also appeared. However, her aura was abnormally powerful. She was originally only at the 8th order of the Sage Realm, but she had already reached the 14th order. In just a few years, she had advanced so much. It was terrifying. However, in the current era where the monster tiers were not poor, and in such a great era, it was not considered outstanding. Everyone, long time no see. How have you been? Qin Feng smiled and nodded at everyone. Seeing this, the suspicions of the Xingchen School's elders were finally extinguished. This kid has become so powerful. Among the many disciples, a soft whisper could be heard. Qin Feng turned his gaze over as a smile appeared on his face. Among the crowd, he could see several students from the Constellation Academy. Tan Mingfeng, Lu Chunyang, Tuoba Yi, Senior Sister Bai Yun, Yin Mo, Shangwan Yun, Fu Yifei, Li Qiubai, and the first seat of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise Academies, Lu Qingxue and Lu Tianjun. Lu Qingxue and Lu Tianjun were siblings. Qin Feng only knew about this after a long time. The two of them were born in an ancient reclusive family, the Lu family. The Lu family was quite powerful in Xingqian school. Beside the two of them were a group of elders and disciples. For example, Qi Ling Qin Feng had once instigated her to kill an extremely powerful elder with the surname Wu from the martial god empire. For years had passed. Most of these people had already distinguished themselves from All-Stars College and became outer and inner disciples of Xingqian school. Among them, the more outstanding ones were Lu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue. They were not far from becoming true disciples. Beside them were Zhou Yuxian, Qin Tianjiao, Xue Fei, and other geniuses who came from the mountain river city of the Yin Nation. Qin Tianjiao and Xue Fei had been defeated by Qin Feng many times and were disheartened. Zhou Yuxian also had some misunderstandings with Qin Feng because of the Prince of the Long family. When they saw Qin Feng, they could not help but have complicated expressions. Although the three of them had successfully entered Xingqian school from All-Stars College, they were still struggling in the outer sect after being unconscious for 3 years. How could they be compared to a true disciple like Qin Feng? Needless to say, Qin Feng, a true disciple, was not simple. Looking at the cautious, shocked, and even fearful expressions of the few martial granduncles and great-great martial granduncles, it was clear how special Qin Feng was in their eyes. Qin Feng only glanced at these people. However, among them, Qin Feng did not see the most outstanding group of supreme geniuses who were on the same level as him. Qian Kai, Ji Huang, Xiao Yuchan, Yuan Daojin, Zhang Xian, and the others. Qian Kai was needless to say. This person had always been at odds with Qin Feng, but he had always been suppressed by him. However, after obtaining some mysterious inheritances, especially after having the old grandpa, Qian Kai was like a hidden dragon soaring into the sky. He was out of control and became extremely difficult to deal with. Ji Huang was not simple either. As the only Sunstar Lord of the current generation, she must have great luck. Xiao Yuchan was needless to say. He had obtained the immemorial Sui sovereign's true inheritance, the godly light slaying art. His strength must be extraordinary. Yuan Daojin was not simple either. Although his aptitude was different, his will was strong. He sacrificed himself to the sword and cultivated the sacred sword spirit refining art. Qin Feng had seen his luck and knew that he was not simple. Zhang Xian was even more terrifying. He was the founder of the Lifeless Sword sect and one of the demon ancestors. These people did not seem to be in Xingqian school. Qin Feng felt that the atmosphere in Xingqian school was a little strange. Chapter 1269. There were many beautiful girls in the crowd who were looking at the black-clothed youth in front of the mountain gate. In the spirit sea continent, appearance was never the most important factor for a man to display his charm. Strength was everything. However, Qin Feng was top-notch in terms of both appearance and strength. For someone of the same age to be able to have such a status and cultivation level before the age of 30, it was obviously rare to find someone like him. Qin Feng's reputation had spread throughout Xingqian school a long time ago. Of course, at that time, many female disciples' impression of this young expert in his prime was only that he was a true disciple. However, he returned today as a true disciple. How could the female disciples not be tempted? The ones who regretted it the most were Bai Yun, Yin Mo, Shiwilian, Yi Qinghua, and Jiang Binger. Bai Yun and Yin Mo were the first female disciples to come into contact with Qin Feng. At that time, Bai Yun and Yin Mo were seniors in All-Stars College. When Qin Feng first came to Azure Dragon Institute, they helped Qin Feng a lot. However, if it weren't for some small conflicts, the two girls would have a great chance of becoming Qin Feng's women. Thinking back, the two girls in the crowd looked gloomy. Next were Xuelian, Yi Qinghua, and Jiang Binger. Yi Qinghua and Jiang Binger met at All-Stars College's Hidden Dragon Points competition. Qin Feng had saved their lives, so the two girls didn't have any ulterior motives. However, when they saw Qin Feng offend Yi Ding, they distanced themselves from him. Now that they thought back, they regretted it. The one with the most complicated expression was Xuelian. Among the crowd, Xuelian was already a level 8 saint. Her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and she was even valued by a self-proclaimed elder of the Star Sect. He chose her as his successor and made an exception to become a true disciple. Xuelian and Qin Feng had an ambiguous relationship, and Qin Feng had seen her naked body several times. Xuelian clenched her teeth. All these years, she had been trying to catch up to that hateful black-clothed youth, but the gap between them seemed to be growing larger and larger. Originally, she thought that she could try to catch up to that young expert by becoming the disciple of that elder. Now, she felt an indescribable sense of discouragement and despair. The difference was too great. It was so big that it made people feel hopeless. However, at this point, while her heart was filled with complicated emotions, she did not feel any regret, nor did she feel a trace of relief. Qin Feng also saw a few familiar women in the crowd, but he only glanced at them and did not look again. Although he had interacted with these women before, their relationship wasn't that good, so he didn't have any other thoughts. Just like that hurried time, if you missed it, you missed it. In the past, they didn't have much interaction with each other. Now that the gap between them had widened, they didn't think much of it. Suddenly, his expression changed. He stared into the depths of the mountain, and a cold smile appeared in his eyes. The main character is late. The purple light was vast and mighty, and a monstrous pressure came from the depths of Xingqian School. It contained a primitive and extremely noble essence. The purple light flew and appeared in front of the crowd in an instant. He was wearing a purple and gold imperial robe and a flat imperial crown. The majestic pressure emitted from his body seemed to transcend time and space and freeze all the worlds in the universe. Greetings, sect leader. Around him, regardless of whether they were the outer disciples, inner disciples, or elders of Xingqian School, they all bowed down to pay their respects. Ziwei Star Sovereign. Qin Feng looked at this young Supreme Master. He sensed the strange and contradictory connection between fellow Star Lords. Ziwei Star Sovereign. You want your Star Sovereign? The two of them had different expressions and strange expressions. You want your true king, don't be rude. This is the crown prince of the first founder of Xingqian School, Ziwei Tianzi. He is also the sect leader revered by the current Xingqian School. An old man with a simple face and a cold expression walked out. He looked straight at Qin Feng and scolded him sternly. As a true disciple of Xingqian School, how can you not know your place when you see the sect leader and Star Venerable? Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to the sect leader? Qin Feng turned around and looked at the powerhouse of Xingqian School who jumped out. Du Pingsheng, the Hall Master of the Medicine King Hall. Qin Feng recognized this person. The Medicine King Hall was a subordinate temple of the Alchemy Temple, one of the 4 great temples of Xingqian School. Qin Feng was no stranger to the Hall Master of the Medicine King Hall. This person had always regarded him as a thorn in his side. In the past, when he participated in the successor ceremony, this person and the elder of the Medicine King Hall, Yanli, Jiang Wei, and Hua Jiqing wholeheartedly wanted to promote the inner disciple, Ling Yangwei, to the position of a true disciple. It could be said that he looked down on Qin Feng in every way possible. Even if he became a true disciple of Xingqian School, he was unwilling to hand over the Medicine King Hall to him. He wholeheartedly wanted to pave the way for Ling Yangwei to build the bridge. Qin Feng had been running around all these years and had forgotten these grudges. Now that he saw Du Pingsheng, he sneered in his heart. This Hall Master of the Medicine King Hall was really laughable. Did he think that he could come out and suppress Qin Feng just because he joined Crepe Myrtle Star and became a lackey? Crepe Myrtle Star's expression was indifferent, as if he didn't see Du Pingxing's scolding. His gaze fell on Qin Feng. This primeval star lord had to be intimidated. He had to obtain the power of the 36 main stars. It was necessary to give this primeval star lord a show of strength. Many Xingqian school experts looked at the cold-faced crepe myrtle star and primeval, true King Qin Feng with subtle expressions. They could clearly feel the strangeness in the atmosphere between the two young experts. This trick again. Qin Feng's eyes were slightly disdainful. He looked down at the hall master of the Medicine King Hall, whom he used to look up to. Ant-like thing. His gaze turned, and an invisible force pressed down on him. Du Pingxing's expression was extremely fearful. He felt as if he was being stared at by a terrifying beast from ancient times, and a feeling of death appeared in his heart. His whole body trembled, and almost subconsciously, he lost his composure and roared. "What do you want?" Qin Feng glanced at the terrified Du Pingxing and shook his head slightly. How disappointing. The hall master of the Medicine King Hall is actually a coward who dares to jump out and find trouble with me. But he screams like a woman. "You!" Du Pingxing instantly reacted. His face was red, and he pointed at Qin Feng. His eyes were filled with fear and anger. He instinctively wanted to scold him, but he did not dare to say any words. His opponent's strength was too terrifying. Just a glance made him feel like an extremely small ant that could be trampled to death at any time. "Don't be so afraid. Although you look down on me in every way possible, I have no intention of killing you." Qin Feng's expression was calm. "Although, to kill an ant like you, I only need a glance." His faint words were like a gust of cold wind. Many experts felt a chill in their hearts. Some elders wanted to scold him, but it was as if their words were stuck in their throats, and they could not say a word. Their leader, Crepe Myrtle Star, was expressionless and did not say anything. However, his gaze on Qin Feng became sharper and sharper, and gradually revealed a trace of coldness. This primeval star lord dared to slap the hall master of the Medicine King Hall in the face in front of so many people. He did not take him seriously at all. Today, not only did he want to plunder this person's star source, but he also wanted to teach this yellow-haired brat a good lesson. Chapter 1270. Yuan Shi, True King. Aren't you being a little too presumptuous? A faint voice sounded. It was a slight reprimand. Crepe Myrtle Star. Qin Feng turned around. This person could not stand it anymore. Presumptuous? Qin Feng stared at Crepe Myrtle Star. A mere 9th-level holy king wants a 5th-level king to kneel. Isn't that presumptuous? A 5th-level king? As soon as he said that, many of the elders and experts of Xingqian school exclaimed in a low voice. The black-clothed young man in front of them was actually a king? Many elders were so shocked that they did not even realize that their beards had been pulled out. A king who was not even 30 years old. The disciples of All Stars College looked at the black-clothed young man in a daze. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The king realm. The souls of the disciples of All Stars College were trembling. Even in the current era where many ancient and archean experts were emerging endlessly, they were still existences standing at the peak of the pyramid. Such existences were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. There were more than millions of cultivators in the world. There were only a few who had cultivated to 5th-level Empyrean realm. And those who could become kings were the peerless overlords of the era. Those who could be born in each era could be counted on one hand. Du Pingxing's legs were a little weak. That hateful black-clothed young man was actually a king? Du Pingxing was terrified when he thought that he had offended a king just now. He was even more in disbelief. A few years ago, Qin Feng was just an inner disciple of Xingqian school who had just been promoted. How could he become a king who was above all others in just a few years? A strong sense of jealousy, unwillingness, and anger burned fiercely. Crepe Myrtle Star's expression did not change. He had already guessed Qin Feng's strength. Moreover, kings were high and mighty in the eyes of ordinary people, but in his eyes, they were not that brilliant. As the first-generation Grandmaster of Xingqian school, the crown prince of Crepe Myrtle. The Crepe Myrtle divine dynasty was visited by millions of star gods. He had seen too many experts. Kings were amazing, but they were not absolutely invincible. Moreover, he himself was an invincible king-level cultivator. Dealing with an ordinary king-level cultivator was a piece of cake for him. You want your real king? You're wrong. Elder Du is a member of our faction, and he represents the rules of our Xingqian school. You want your real king? Do you think that you could be unscrupulous and disregard the rules of our faction just because you've reached the king realm? Crepe Myrtle Star was not a kind person either. As soon as he opened his mouth, he put Qin Feng in a bad light, firmly standing on the highest point of the sect's rules. He pushed Qin Feng to the opposite side of the sect. It could be seen that the expressions of many experts from the various sects changed abruptly. They looked at Qin Feng with subtle expressions. First, you're going to accuse me, then arrest me and deprive me of my star fate, right? Qin Feng sneered inwardly. He could tell that this Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign was extremely ambitious, and the star source in his body was far more powerful than an ordinary star source. It was likely that he had devoured many powerful star sources to have such a powerful and unbelievable ability. He had seen many geniuses who were reincarnated from constellations in the sect. He was afraid that they had either been killed or left Xingqian school to take refuge. That's enough, Crepe Myrtle Star. Don't put on airs as the so-called headmaster. Many elders in the entire sect are under your abuse and recognize you as the headmaster of Xingqian school. But I, Qin Feng, don't recognize you. Qin Feng looked indifferent. Crepe Myrtle Star, as the saying goes, if the name is not right, the words are not right. You forced the Star Venerable to abdicate, which is usurping the divine weapon of the sect. As the inherited disciple of Xingqian school, I have to set things right. Today, if you give up the position of the headmaster of Xingqian school, confess your crimes, and accept the punishment of the sect, I will let it go. If you say no, the Xingqian school will be your burial place. As soon as he said that, many elders and disciples changed their expressions. He was openly trying to compete for the position of the headmaster of Xingqian school. Many elders looked gloomy. They wanted to say something, but in front of the two kings, they did not dare to speak. True King Yuanshe, it seems that you are really blinded by greed today. You think that you could be unscrupulous and disregard the sect because you are in the king realm. Crepe Myrtle Star looked at Qin Feng with pity, but a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Well, I have to capture you today and teach you a good lesson. I hope you can correct your mistakes. Qin Feng shook his head. Crepe Myrtle Star, you don't have to show off your hypocritical face here. You have so much source energy of Xingqian school. I think many of the reincarnated celestial lords of Xingqian school have fallen into your hands and been sucked dry by you. I am the living body of primeval celestial lord. I am afraid you have been drooling for a long time. Capture? You probably want to suck my source energy of stars. But to be honest, I also want the source energy of Crepe Myrtle Star in you. You can't run away today. You are too arrogant. Crepe Myrtle Star's expression was extremely gloomy. In an instant, a purple light appeared in his hand and slashed toward Qin Feng. Crepe Myrtle Divine Sword. It was the sword of the ancient emperor of Crepe Myrtle. It contained the power of the ancient emperor of Crepe Myrtle. It contained a strange power. Ordinary existences below the king realm would not be able to resist this sword at all. They would be split into two and killed directly. This kind of power is useless to me. Qin Feng smiled coldly and pointed his finger. It was the quasi-emperor law, water, curtain, lotus. Lotus flowers floated out of the void and filled the void for hundreds of feet. Countless experts saw countless icy blue lotus flowers appear around them. Each flower was beautiful and holy. The unparalleled purple sword light slashed at the water lotus. It seemed to be absorbed by the water light and solidified, unable to move. Crepe Myrtle Star's face darkened slightly when he felt the terrifying suction force on the long sword. It should be known that his sword contained a part of the supreme mysteries of the laws of the stars. Even an ordinary heaven and earth would be split by this sword. But now it was being absorbed and unable to move. His expression did not change. This was just the beginning. Crepe Myrtle Star Calamity. On the Crepe Myrtle Divine Sword, an incomparably sharp, cold light instantly tore through the water lotus. As the sword slashed, it seemed as if millions of stars had appeared. It seemed as if time and space had been torn apart. It broke through the void and slashed toward Sheen Foam. The Crepe Myrtle Star Calamity was a mythical supreme technique created by the Emperor of Crepe Myrtle. It was a secret technique that used the Crepe Myrtle Star Calamity to support the calculation of the stars in the sky. It was an extremely complicated technique that contained the power of the stars of the universe. No matter how powerful a martial art was, its weakness would be calculated and then destroyed in a single blow. As the sword flew out, many of the Xingqian school's elders and disciples within thousands of feet felt a chill in their hearts. They felt as if they were being blasted into thousands of pieces by the endless purple, starry sword light. Not a single piece was left. Countless icy blue water lotuses turned into fragments in the sword light. The sword light covered the sky, and in the next moment, it descended on Qin Feng's head. It was as if it had completely wiped out Qin Feng's figure with one blow. Chapter 1271. Child's Play. Qin Feng sneered and raised his head. Suddenly, a cold light burst out from between his fingers. Quasi-Emperor Law, 30,000 miles of ice. An icy chill shrouded the entire Xingqian school. Many experts of Xingqian school could not help but raise their heads. Snow fell from the sky and covered thousands of mountains and rivers in the blink of an eye. When they came back to their senses, they saw a figure frozen like an ice sculpture on the mountain path of the school. He has completely suppressed Crepe Myrtle Star. A 15th Order Empyrean Realm Elder was shocked to see this scene, and his emotions surged. Many ancient elders looked at the snow in the sky and were suddenly speechless. Freezing 30,000 miles with a single strike. Was this the power of an invincible king? Is Crepe Myrtle Star defeated? Someone muttered to himself. An ancient 15th level expert shook his head. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Crepe Myrtle Star is the crown prince that Emperor Crepe Myrtle is most proud of. He is also the ancient Crepe Myrtle Star. He has dominated Crepe Myrtle Star for tens of thousands of years. If he didn't want to become a star god, he would have transcended with Emperor Crepe Myrtle. His strength is definitely not that simple. I'm afraid Yuanshi, true king, may not have the last laugh. This ancient 15th level expert also came from the ancient times. Although he was not in existence of the Crepe Myrtle era, he had seen the remnants of the glory of the Crepe Myrtle divine dynasty and knew how powerful it was. Emperor Crepe Myrtle was not an ordinary ancient emperor. Although he was not as peerless as the Five Wilderness Great Emperor, he was not inferior by much. Indeed, he won't be defeated so easily. Crepe Myrtle Star is considered one of the best among the kings, but he still has no chance of winning against Yuanshi, true king. A faint voice sounded. That old antique was humiliated and was about to fly into a rage. However, when his gaze turned and landed on the figure that had appeared out of nowhere on the snowy ground, the anger on his face turned into fear. Wang Daoyi. Wang Daoyi had appeared. In the face of such a terrifying existence, even Myrtle Star Monarch would avoid him and not dare to find trouble with him. Many old antiques of Xingqian school knew how terrifying this person was. 10 lifetimes of dominance, 10 lifetimes of kingship. This was a heaven-defying existence that caused even the heavens and earth to tremble. Why does the Holy Ancestor have so much confidence in the primordial true king? At this moment, a faint voice sounded. Sacred Ancestor. This was related to Wang Dao's other identity before his 10th life. There weren't many people who knew about this identity of his. Wang Daoyi turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a cold expression wearing a sun, moon, and stars uniform among the many old antiques of Xingqian school who had just woken up. Patriarch Glacier. Wang Daoyi raised his eyebrows. Patriarch Glacier was a headmaster of a certain era in Xingqian School. He was also the founder of Xingqian School's resurgence. Although Xingqian School was powerful and had a solid foundation, it had also experienced several ups and downs. In one of the epochs, they were suppressed by powerful enemies. When they were at their weakest, they were even weaker than the profound sect of Snow Domain. It was Patriarch Glacier who appeared out of nowhere and turned the tide. He carried the banner of Xingqian School and won successive battles, reviving the declining Xingqian School. That epoch was weak and didn't have enough luck. If it weren't for that, Patriarch Glacier would have already become a god. Even so, Patriarch Glacier was still a half-step king. It wouldn't be long before he reached the king realm. Among the many old antiques of Xingqian School, he was one of the best. Nodding slightly at Patriarch Glacier, Wang Daoyi didn't hide his voice. It's true that Star Monarch Crepe Myrtle has taken away a part of the origin of the reincarnated Star Monarchs over the years. His power in the Star Dao has greatly increased. It can be said that he's almost invincible among kings. However, if you know the primordial true king's background, you'll know how naive you are now. Wang Daoyi's voice was a little hoarse. He looked at Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng was definitely stronger and more terrifying than he had imagined. Boom! In an instant, the huge ice block exploded. Star Monarch Crepe Myrtle's face was cold. A strange starlight flew out from behind him. It was a huge banner. The primitive divine star banner. Qin Feng had once seen a Star Monarch display the primitive divine star banner. When the banner was unfurled, everything turned into chaos. It was extremely terrifying. However, that primitive divine star banner was far inferior to the one on Star Monarch Crepe Myrtle. When the primitive divine star banner was unfurled, it seemed as if billions of galaxies were swaying. Huge stars condensed into substance appeared one after another. A destructive power burst out from the divine weapon. The void within a radius of 10,000 miles seemed to turn into chaos along with the divine star banner. This primitive divine star banner seems to have absorbed a lot of origin of stars. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so powerful. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Primordial True King, today I'll let you see the real power of Star Monarch Crepe Myrtle. Next year, today will be the anniversary of your death. Star Monarch Crepe Myrtle roared angrily. The humiliation of being sealed in ice made him furious like a volcano. A terrifying power that could turn time into chaos locked onto Qin Feng. Star Monarch Crepe Myrtle waved the primitive divine star banner in his hand. Origin rebirth, primordial shatter. A thunderous roar erupted. A terrifying aura burst out from the primitive divine star banner, as if it was the source of all destruction. Rumble. Many experts of Xingqian School were shocked. In the sky, the huge stars seemed to be on the verge of falling as the primitive divine star banner waved. Crack! Crack! The divine star banner waved and the void cracked. A destructive torrent that could split heaven and earth swept over. The sky fell and the earth cracked. It's indeed very powerful. What a pity. If your primitive divine star banner could be nourished by the origin of stars and turned into an origin star banner, I'm afraid even a master god would be killed by it. However, this level, too weak. Qin Feng looked indifferent. He stretched out a hand, and Quasi-Emperor power condensed on his finger like a landslide and a tsunami. At the same time, he condensed a part of the power of the Master God space and turned it into a ray of light that locked on a Star Monarch Crepe Myrtle and blasted it out. Wherever the majestic space-time power passed, it seemed to pass through time and space. The ray of light locked onto the country, and the endless torrent of stars that was triggered by the primitive divine star banner froze in an instant. Everyone was shocked and felt as if their thoughts suddenly stopped for a moment. In the next second, the invisible ray of light locked onto the country. Star Monarch Crepe Myrtle's figure suddenly froze in the endless starlight. His eyes were filled with shock, unwillingness, and fear. He raised a hand as if he was trying to wave the primitive divine star banner. An invisible force cut through time and space and suddenly bombarded star monarch crepe myrtle. Bang, bang, bang. Countless sounds of glass shattering seemed to be heard. Starting from his feet, star monarch crepe myrtle's body was like broken glass and turned into pieces inch by inch. If I could condense a few more origin stars and turn my natal star into an ancestor star, I might be able to contend with Qin Feng. But now I'm too far away. Wang Daoyi shook his head when he saw this scene. Someone just said that he had a lot of book coins and was just waiting for the next chapter. It seemed that I really need to explode, but I should at least wait until the seniors finish the college entrance examination. It's summer vacation in July. Chapter 1272. Dead. Many experts from Xingqian School were speechless when they saw this scene. At the same time, a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. Even a king had died so easily. What kind of great era was this? Was it an opportunity or a calamity to choose to be born in this era? Crack, crack. Crepe Myrtle Star's body crumbled. The moment his divine body completely disintegrated, the invisible thick purple mist turned into stars and flew out. Star origin. Qin Feng's eyes moved, and a thick wave of star divine power spread out from his body. Rumble. A huge, silver-white vortex appeared and instantly swallowed the purple mist stars. An extremely thick and noble purple star origin entered Qin Feng's body. It followed the trajectory of the divine power and entered the depths of his soul, fusing with the natal star imprint. Qin Feng closed his eyes. His divine will follow the natal star imprint and extend it into the unknown billions of galaxies. In the depths of the galaxy, a huge star was blooming with extremely bright starlight. It seemed to be the center of this nebula. It was extremely bright and had a noble, ancient, and primeval ancestral power. Thick chaotic energy spread out from the depths of the galaxy and was absorbed by many stars. Although it was also absorbing, it revealed a lethargic aura. This was the primeval star of the 36 main stars. It was once the first star to be born in this star field. However, it had experienced countless ups and downs. It had been at its peak and also suffered heavy losses. Stars were born and destroyed in the billions of galaxies all the time. From an ordinary primeval star, giant star, and main star, as long as it was promoted to a demon god star, these constellations would wither one day. The primeval star was born as a main star. Moreover, it was a first-generation main star. Its star origin was huge. It was also because of this that it had a lifespan that far exceeded that of an ordinary main star. However, it did not transcend. Even if some of its previous hosts successfully became true gods and transcended this world, they still only received a partial extension of their lifespan. It eventually declined until it was about to disintegrate when it met Qin Feng. It received a portion of the main god space's power support and was able to extend the star's lifespan. Even so, they could only struggle at death's door for an era. Although it looked enormous, it was like an overlord in its later years. The aura of life and death was accumulating. The Polaris star sovereign controlled a portion of the Polaris star's origin. As one of the 36 main stars, the Emperor star was different from the origin star, which was in decline. This star often showed its divinity in the world and was known as the symbol of the Emperor. Needless to say, its destiny was very strong. It was like the sun at noon. It was one of the strongest among the 36 main stars. As an ancient celestial lord, the portion of celestial lord Myrtle Star's origins was extremely vast. In particular, he had plundered the origins of many second-generation and third-generation celestial lords. The star source was extremely rich. After Qin Feng killed celestial lord Myrtle Star, almost all of the star essence had gone to primeval star. The rolling star essence poured into the lifeless, enormous star core in the deepest part of the primeval star. With the help of the star essence, the primeval star, which was like an arrow at the end of its flight, began to have wisps of vitality. In Qin Feng's opinion, although this world's martial arts had shown its divinity and far surpassed that of the Star River continent. However, its attainments in the laws of stars were far inferior to that of the Star River continent. Although the Xingqian school had opened up the Tao of Stars, his Tao of Stars was too domineering. Although he could interact with the stars and the 9 huge galaxies in outer space, it was more of a plunder. However, it was more of a form of plundering the source of those stars. As a result, those stars with great potential and spirituality had no choice but to send down their lives in this way to replenish a part of their essence that had been plundered. In contrast, the cultivation method of the Star River continent was gentler. Humans and stars cultivated together and shared the great Tao. In Qin Feng's opinion, that was the true Tao of stars. Therefore, when the wisps of star source poured into the primeval star, he used the secret method of the myriad star sect on the Star River continent. With his peerless divine power, the wisps of star source poured into the primeval star along with the origin, refining the deathly stillness and the aura of death in the depths of the primeval star inch by inch. In the center of the star core, there was a new heavenly abode surrounded by the aura of death. It was a heavenly abode created after Qin Feng poured the God King space into the primeval star. The small heavenly abode was barren, filled with a grayish-black aura of death and the aura of death. It was dusk. As the origin poured in, the divine power transformed. The gray star core slowly grew vitality, and the aura of death in the new heavenly abode dissipated. The heavenly abode began to expand, gradually filling the entire star. Silver light flowed, and the starlight surged. As a result, even more primal chaos yuan qi poured into the star from the billions of galaxies. Under the guidance of the divine power, the remaining spirituality of the primeval star began to merge into the depths of the star core. The star core began to change, transforming into an innate star divine embryo. It's done. The innate star divine embryo has been formed. It just needs to absorb the chaotic energy and slowly nurture it. Eventually, it will be born. Perhaps I will have the chance to become the star ancestor in this galaxy. In front of the mountain gate, Qin Feng opened his eyes. His gaze fell on the 2 objects left in the air: the crepe myrtle divine sword and the primitive divine star flag. The crepe myrtle divine sword contained a trace of the ancient Emperor Crepe Myrtle's origin energy. After refining it, it could increase the divine power. After the primitive divine star flag was erased, it could be used as the origin spirit treasure of the divine embryo in the depths of the primeval star. It could be refined day and night by the innate star divine embryo and nurtured by billions of galaxies. The primitive divine star flag might be able to upgrade and become a peerless divine weapon that could threaten the Master God. With a wave of his sleeve, the 2 treasures disappeared into Qin Feng's sleeves. Qin Feng looked outside the mountain gate at the many elders of Xingqian school with complicated expressions. For a moment, the atmosphere outside the mountain gate was a little cold. Qin Feng's expression was cold. No matter what, he was determined to become the headmaster of Xingqian school, whether it was for the luck of Xingqian school or for the idea of becoming the star ancestor of this world. If anyone dared to stop him from becoming the star ancestor, he would not be merciful. If these people did not know what was good for them, he did not mind killing them. He would eliminate a group of rebels. What are you waiting for? Since the primeval true king has eliminated the rebels, he should be the next headmaster of Xingqian school. Hurry up and greet the primeval true king. A powerful cultivator of Xingqian school stood out. This was an old man in a green robe. He was the master of the current Elder Qing Di, the guardian of the Star Tomb, and the guardian of Xingqian school. He was very strong and was not inferior to Patriarch Glacier. Whether it was status or strength, he was one of the best among the many elders of Xingqian school. This Tao Protector had a rather deep impression of Qin Feng. Whether it was the 7th grade array grandmaster that Qin Feng exposed or the secret technique that he presented to the primeval true king, they all passed through this guardian's hands. If it were not for that secret technique, Xingqian school might not have been able to survive the catastrophe 2 years ago. Naturally, this guardian's impression of Qin Feng was much deeper than that of the other powerful cultivators of Xingqian school. However, many powerful cultivators of Xingqian school outside the mountain gate looked hesitant. They were obviously unwilling. Chapter 1273. Seeing that the experts of Xingqian school were still hesitating, the Taoist protector's face darkened. The Taoist protector's expression changed when he saw the cold glint in the eyes of the young primeval true king. He knew very well that Qin Feng's patience was about to reach its limit. If they disrespected this person, it was likely that very few people here would be able to survive. Qin Feng waved his hand and stopped the Taoist protector from persuading him. Everyone, a wise man, submits to circumstances. Moreover, I'm a true disciple of Xingqian school. According to the rules of the sect, I'm qualified to be the current headmaster of Xingqian school. This is not considered overstepping the heavenly rules of Xingqian school. Qin Feng's words paused. His expression was indifferent as he glanced at everyone present. Of course, if I were to become the sect leader, it would be beneficial to the elders who have sealed themselves for countless eras. I have the inheritance of the star sect's Taoist from the ancient star sect in my hands. The orthodoxy contained a part of the star sect's supreme profoundness. I can say that if I were to obtain this orthodoxy, the chances of some of you achieving Tao and becoming a god would increase by at least 10%. After threatening them, there had to be benefits. Give a carrot after a stick. If these people were not sensible, Qin Feng did not mind killing them. Taoist Xing Chen's inheritance, primeval true king. Among them, ancestral master Glacier looked at Qin Feng in shock. Taoist. Only in the first era of the primordial age, a Dashang existence was qualified to be called a Taoist. The primordial age Taoist, the creation Taoist, the Dinghai Taoist, and the heavenly thunder Taoist were all extremely terrifying ancient existences. The Taoist Xingqian was one of them. His understanding of the great Tao of stars had reached a level that was beyond the reach of the younger generation. Qin Feng said that he had obtained a part of the Taoist Xing Chen's inheritance and was willing to impart it to everyone. How could they not be tempted? Back then, Emperor Ziwei had only obtained a small portion of Taoist Xing Chen's relics and established the famous primordial chaos Xingqian school. If they could share a portion of Taoist Xing Chen's inheritance, the many powerhouses of Xingqian school present would definitely be able to improve their abilities greatly and be one step closer to becoming a god. Of course I'm serious. Qin Feng looked indifferent. Although Qin Feng had heard of Taoist Xing Chen before, it had nothing to do with him. Naturally, the so-called legacy was non-existent. This was pure deception. However, the inheritance of the star Great Path in the galaxy was not inferior to the inheritance of the star Taoist. Qin Feng moved his hand, and the primordial god power in his body changed into the star attribute. An aura that belonged to a star god leaked out. That was the aura that truly belonged to a star god, a true god of the Tao of stars. Although he was a star god from another world, he was still a true star god. The many powerhouses of Xingqian school instantly believed him. This aura that belonged to a star god was different from the mysteries of Xingqian school's inheritance. It must be another kind of inheritance that was different from Xingqian school star Tao. Greetings, primeval sect leader. Patriarch Glacier was the first to step forward and officially recognize Qin Feng as the sect leader of Xingqian school. Greetings, primeval sect leader. Another old antique pondered for a moment and immediately chose to step forward. Compared to attaining the Tao, submitting to the primeval sect leader was nothing. Greetings, primeval sect leader. One by one, the figures bowed down. Regardless of whether it was the outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, or the many elders of the star sect, even some of the trusted subordinates that the Purple Star Sovereign had painstakingly managed, they had no choice but to bow down under such a grand momentum. Good. Since everyone thinks highly of Qin Feng can also make an oath here. I will definitely lead Xingqian school to a higher level and fulfill the wishes of the past generations of seniors. Qin Feng laughed heartily as a formless energy gushed out from his body, lifting everyone up. As many elders submitted one after another, Qin Feng could clearly feel that in the void of Xingqian school, a strand of fate that was like a river of stars separated and fell into the top of his head. The fate above his head increased greatly. The majestic fate shook faintly, as if it was affecting some unknown existence in the unseen world. Qin Feng faintly felt that an unknown existence that was related to him was about to be born, a deity position, and a deity position related to the star Tao. A strange look flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. Obviously, he had stabilized his position as the sect leader of Xingqian school and obtained a part of the star Tao's fate. His fate, with some deity positions of star Tao that were about to be born, had increased. No wonder all the previous sect leaders of Xingqian school wanted to unify the various branches of the star Tao. Qin Feng thought to himself. This change had deepened his understanding of the path of fate. However, Qin Feng also had a chance. Since he had become the sect leader of Xingqian school, it was imperative for him to unify the various branches of the star Tao, whether it was for the star Tao's fate or for the astral ancestors' plan. The star Tao had once been unified in the ancient Ziwei era. After obtaining the complete fate of the star Tao, Emperor Ziwei not only stabilized his position as the ancient emperor, but also transcended in one fell swoop and became the master of the star god system, proving the position of the master god. After Emperor Ziwei, the god dynasty dissipated in the rolling time. Later, it became the primordial Xingqian school. The primordial Xingqian school occupied most of the fate of the star Tao. For hundreds of eras, it had produced many true gods of the star Tao. However, the full moon overflowed. During the internal strife, the primordial Xingqian school disintegrated. The few branches of the main branch became the Xingqian school, the Tianliang sect, the Sun Moon Sword sect, and many other small branches. If he wanted to reintegrate, he would have to annex the other two branches, the Tianliang sect and the Sun Moon Sword sect. In the following period of time, Qin Feng would do his best to integrate the Xingqian school and strive to completely control the Xingqian school. The domain of stars was surging. That day, the starlight of Emperor Ziwei suddenly disappeared, alarming many people. Without a doubt, there was only one truth to such a phenomenon. Emperor Ziwei had fallen. Emperor Ziwei was the current sect leader of Xingqian school. Everyone knew about the 72 profound gates. What kind of person was capable of causing such an ancient expert to fall? On the surface, the domain of stars was calm, but in reality, there were turbulent undercurrents. Many sects had sent spies to the domain of stars to find out the truth. In the Lingxiao Hall, endless starlight fell, surrounded by dense stellar energy. On the central throne, there was a star god robe draped over his shoulders. On his head was a sun-moon star crown. His face was handsome, and his face was like jade. Qin Feng leaned on the throne and rubbed his forehead. He had just sent away the last batch of elders who came to express their loyalty. These days, the Xingqian school had come to meet the sect leader one after another, making him feel a little tired. This was not physical fatigue, but mental fatigue. However, the feeling of power in his hands was indeed admirable. However, Qin Feng was also a little alarmed. This time, he had killed the son of the Emperor Ziwei god. Emperor Ziwei might have left behind a second primordial spirit to be reborn. However, he had probably offended another powerful god system. Chapter 1274. Junior Brother Hierarch has just become the Hierarch of Xingqian School. This is a joyous occasion. Why are you so worried? In the spacious hall, an indifferent voice sounded. Qin Feng looked up from the throne in the center and saw Wang Daoi walking in from outside the hall. He had a faint smile on his face. He looked unusually handsome and ethereal. Senior Brother Wang? Qin Feng nodded with a bitter smile. Qin Feng had a good impression of Senior Brother Wang. Firstly, they were allies. Secondly, they had always been on good terms. Senior Brother Wang, You're not the hierarch. You don't know the troubles of being the hierarch. Qin Feng was helpless. Junior brother, you're probably worried about the star god system taking revenge after killing that star god, right? Wang Daoyi smiled faintly. He seemed to have seen through Qin Feng's worries. On the throne, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked deeply at Wang Daoyi. Senior brother, do you have any suggestions? Junior brother hierarch, you don't have to worry. He chuckled. If you offended other god systems, you might be in trouble. However, you don't have to worry about the star god system for now. Why is that? Qin Feng's expression changed. Qin Feng had been busy cultivating all these years. He didn't know as much about the intertwining god systems as those old antiques. The star god system was once a famous god system, especially Emperor Ziwei. He obtained the ancient Ziwei main star and the Tao of Emperor's origins. He was a famous, peerless master god of the star path. Wang Daoyi smiled faintly. Qin Feng frowned. I have some understanding of this as well. In the Ziwei era, Ziwei Tianzi didn't transcend alone. Instead, he transcended with many star gods. He could be said to be fully fledged. Compared to some chief gods who had just broken through, Ziwei Tianzi was much more powerful. In the next few eras, there were many star gods who obtained Ziwei's legacy and transcended. Logically speaking, although the star god system can't be stronger than the Eastern Wilderness god system, which is one of the many god systems in the Spirit Sea continent, it shouldn't be. Nothing is impossible. Wang Daoyi shook his head. Sometimes, when one's luck is bad, even drinking a mouthful of cold water will cause one to bleed. What's more, the heavens are constantly changing. Although the sovereigns are powerful and are said to be able to traverse the heavens, they are not absolute powerhouses. There are times when they fall. Could it be that Emperor Ziwei has fallen? Qin Feng was shocked. Wang Daoyi shook his head, looked at Qin Feng, and smiled. He didn't perish, he went missing. I got the news from an old friend. Almost the entire star god system has fallen into a strange world. I'm afraid that even if he didn't fall, it would be very difficult for him to return in a short period of time. A strange world? Qin Feng was slightly stunned. What kind of world could fall into the hands of Master God? But soon, Qin Feng came to his senses. In a terrifying place like the Eldritch world, even if thousands of god systems were to enter, they would not be able to leave, let alone one god system. That world is very strange. It should be a huge world belonging to the 33 heavens that was discovered not long ago. That place is full of unfathomable dangers. According to the prophecy of the Master God of Destiny, that place contains great opportunities, but it is also very dangerous. At this point, Wang Daoyi's expression was somewhat solemn. Qin Feng was speechless. A huge world belonging to the 33 heavens referred to a huge world that could accommodate a master god's true body. Such a world's foundation was far stronger than ordinary extraterritorial continents. Such a huge world was usually called a main continent. Qin Feng had heard of many main continents from the life goddess, such as the giant god's continent, the supreme divine realm continent, the source continent, and so on. The Eldritch world was also one of the main continents. However, in terms of foundation, the Eldritch world was one of the best among the main continents. It was in existence at the top of the pyramid. However, don't let your guard down. Emperor Crepe Myrtle left behind many backups in the ancient times. Many old antiques are related to this master god. If those people find out that you killed Crepe Myrtle Star, I'm afraid they will find trouble with you. Qin Feng's expression suddenly froze. After Wang Daoyi finished speaking, he glanced at Qin Feng, who was sitting on the central throne. But you don't have to worry. If I'm not wrong, you're already a boundary emperor. Your strength is not weaker than those old antiques. Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled slightly. Just as Wang Daoyi said, after breaking through to the boundary emperor realm, coupled with the enhancement of the master god space, Qin Feng's strength was not as simple as an ordinary boundary emperor, unless he encountered those primordial ancestors. Otherwise, he could go anywhere he wanted. Moreover, as the primordial lands and the galaxy continent became Tao integration stage holy sages, his strength was constantly increasing. The 13th water-type heavenly law was about to take shape. At that time, he would take another step toward the 5th stage of heavenly law, the heavenly emperor realm. Buzz. Suddenly, the expressions of the two people in the hall changed as they looked into the distance. Somewhere, the great Tao began to vibrate. The entire void shook, the heavenly realm resonated, and time and space turned into sound that went straight to one's heart. What's this fluctuation? At this moment, countless experts' expressions changed at the same time as they looked above a huge lake. Thousands of Daos are resonating. Is someone trying to break through to the deity position? In the Lingxiao Hall, Qin Feng couldn't help but stand up from his central throne. After 4 years, someone finally started to break through to the deity position. I wonder what deity position it is. Wang Daoi also couldn't help but stand up and look at the end of the void that was fluctuating endlessly. As everyone knows, the first deity position is the deity position. The first to achieve Tao will have a lot of luck. It seems that someone finally can't hold back anymore. The deity king. I'm afraid it's the king's pioneer. Qin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. There were benefits to being the first to achieve Tao, but it might not necessarily be the king of gods. Boom! Torrential rain poured down from the sky. In the next moment, it was as if they had suddenly fallen into an ocean of water-type energy. The boundless water vapor seemed to have become abnormally spiritual as it was watered by the rich water-type energy. Even a huge volcano like the Crimson Flame Extreme Spiritual Volcano's fire energy was suppressed to less than 3 feet. The temperature of the sun in the sky seemed to be covered by the rain in the sky. Endless torrential rain fell, forming a flood. Many places were covered by the rain. At this moment, the Linghai continent seemed to have fallen into the torrential rain and turned into a floating island in the surging heavenly river. It's the heavenly river torrent from the Tao confirmation phenomenon. Someone is trying to break through to the water vein deity position. At this moment, countless water-type cultivators couldn't help but turn pale with fright. A huge suppression of the water veins laws fell from the sky. Some of the weaker ones couldn't help but kneel on the spot. In the numinous sky hall, Qin Feng's complexion was already ashen. The enormous pressure of the laws came over, and a layer of extremely terrifying aura appeared around him, fiercely pushing back the pressure of the laws. Chapter 1275. The aura of an ordinary 15th Order cultivator was very strong. Only ordinary King Realm experts will be able to withstand it for a moment or two. If an ordinary cultivator tried to resist it, they would most likely be severely injured or even die from their body explosion. However, to Qin Feng, this suppression was too weak. He only witnessed the Tao phenomenon, the water-type innate origin laws, as well as the many types of post-celestial phenomena that came with the innate deity position, began to appear and manifest their powers. Torrential rain poured down as countless spiritual rain gathered and descended upon the 3 realms, nourishing all living things and reviving their spirituality. This was the power of the spiritual, nurturing Tao manifested by the post-celestial phenomenon, awakening of all living things. Suddenly, many living things realized that the time around them had slowed down. Whether it was their speed or their speech, it seemed to have become fast and slow at the same time. While they were still in shock, it suddenly returned to normal. There seemed to be a huge river surging and roaring through all living things. This was the post-celestial phenomenon. Time flies. The power of the Tao of time manifested. Waves surged as if an azure ocean was shaking endlessly. Countless cold ocean currents surged endlessly in one direction. This was the post-celestial phenomenon, tidal Tao worship, manifesting the power of the Tao of tides. Innate water-type deity position. In the Lingxiao Palace, a few words seemed to be said through gritted teeth. The killing intent in Qin Feng's eyes was extremely sharp. As a boundary emperor of the water-type lineage, the innate water-type deity position was his exclusive property. Someone actually dared to try for the innate water-type deity position before him. Wang Daoyi saw the extremely gloomy expression in Qin Feng's eyes and secretly shook his head. How important was the Dao validation method? Before the deity position was born, one could also try to break through. However, in this way, the difficulty of Dao validation would increase by several times. However, it was not impossible to succeed. Most experts would wait until the deity position matured and the time for it to be born before fighting for it. Once one could gain the favor of the deity position and assimilate it into one's body, the difficulty of Dao validation would decrease significantly. In fact, to put it simply, it was like sailing against the current or sailing with the current. One could still reach the destination. Sailing with the current was undoubtedly much simpler and more labor-saving. However, sailing against the current might not necessarily fail. As long as one was lucky enough and had enough strength, one could reach the destination. Wang Daoyi's gaze fell on Qin Feng. He knew that this junior brother of the sect master cultivated the water origin. I wonder which expert is trying to forcefully break through the innate water origin deity position. The innate water origin deity position is one of the highest deity positions in the water lineage. It's not easy, and it will attract countless water lineage existences to stop it. Could it be some ancient monster? Wang Daoyi guessed. The post-celestial anomalies were still erupting. There were over 260 types of auspicious phenomena manifested by the post-celestial Tao. Countless living beings and cultivators in the endless void gasped in amazement. There are more than 260 types of post-celestial anomalies. This person's cultivation base is probably beyond imagination. In the depths of the continent, many experts were secretly shocked. It was common knowledge that these manifestations of the post-celestial Grand Tao were manifestations of the foundation of the Tao convergence laws. The stronger one's foundation was, the more types of post-celestial Tao phenomena one could manifest. In a Lingxiao hall, Qin Feng's expression became more and more gloomy. When Wan Gi, the war god of light of Xingqian school, attempted to break through to the deity position, he had only manifested 149 anomalies. This existence's attempt to break through to the innate water origin deity position had caused more than 260 types of post-celestial Tao phenomena to appear. He was probably much stronger than Wan Gi. I must not let him succeed. Killing intent flashed in Qin Feng's eyes like thunder. In the battle for the deity position, there was no retreat. However, now was not the time to destroy that person's Tao convergence. This was only the first step of the Tao convergence. When the 282nd post-celestial anomaly manifested in the void, the manifestation of the post-celestial Tao came to an end. However, it only lasted for a moment. In the void, the fluctuations of the great Tao laws became even stronger. The manifestation of the culmination great Tao began. The dense ocean surged violently. An ancient existence with a blurry face appeared above the ocean. He was sitting cross-legged on the ocean, and the endless ocean trembled with his breathing. The culmination great Tao phenomenon, see Emperor Tao. It manifested the power of the ocean Tao. The endless ocean twisted, and pitch-black water gushed out from a pitch-black place. It turned into an apocalyptic torrent that destroyed everything in the world, turning everything into chaos and cleansing the world. This was the culmination great Tao phenomenon, ultimate destruction. It manifested the power of the ultimate Tao. Balls of darkness that were as deep as the abyss and without the slightest bit of light appeared. It was like a hazy black fog that surged into the world. It was as dense as ink and instantly spread out. It completely covered the light of the sun that illuminated the three realms. This was the culmination great celestial anomaly, total darkness. It manifested the power of the Tao of darkness. It was also a type of stellar anomaly. The myriad realms trembled, and the immense power of the great Tao spread out. Countless people were immersed in the nomological phenomenon. Countless experts broke through because of it. Many people took the opportunity to collect the nomological spirit seeds and fuse them into their bodies, condensing the power of the water nomological laws in one fell swoop. However, even more experts were only comprehending. They did not absorb the wisps of spirit seeds transformed by the water nomological phenomenon. This way, their strength would increase greatly, and they could even comprehend the water nomological laws. However, in this way, once a person succeeded in proving their Tao and fused with the water origin nomological laws to become a water origin god, they would naturally owe that person a portion of their luck. The situation of the worship of luck would then be set. This was also a certain degree of support from the heavenly Tao to those who prove their Tao. The stronger the Tao phenomenon, the greater the increase in luck received from the water vein. Those who prove their Tao could use this opportunity to make up for a portion of the missing luck of the water vein. At this moment, it was unknown how many cultivators of the water attribute in the world owed the person who had proven their Tao, and how many people had contributed a portion of their luck to that person who had proven their Tao. There were a total of nearly 33 types of culmination, Tao phenomena, and auspicious signs. Countless experts on the continent were dumbfounded and overshadowed by him. 33 types of culmination Tao phenomena, more than 30 types of culmination Tao phenomena. I'm afraid that at least a water-type sub-emperor is proving their Tao. In the Lingxiao Hall, Wang Daoi's expression was somewhat grave. Qin Feng's expression was so gloomy that it could drip water. A water-type sub-emperor should not be a nameless figure. There were many water-type experts who survived from the primordial age and the antiquity age. However, there should only be a handful of them who could cultivate to the level of a water-type sub-emperor. Apart from the ancient dragon kings of the dragon race, there should only be. Wang Daoi frowned. Suddenly, he paused and looked up. Rumble. The vibrations of the myriad Tao intensified. In the void, all living beings and cultivators could see a faint blue divine light appear in the sky. The seawater turned into a mirror, the tides turned into a robe, and the boundless divine light bloomed into a huge figure. The figure of the divine light possessed boundless majesty. Any living being could see this person's appearance clearly. This was the sovereign manifestation of a Tao integration phenomenon. It's him? Chapter 1276. Seeing Wang Daoi's cold sneer, Qin Feng looked up. The Tao integration phenomenon, the sovereign manifestation. Any living being could see the appearance of the person who was proving his Tao. It was a handsome young man with immeasurable pressure, but there was an extremely evil and wild aura between his brows. At this moment, he was exuding a mighty power that shook endless space and time. This water-type sub-emperor who was proving his Tao was obviously not from the dragon tribe. Seeing Wang Daoi's subtle gaze, Qin Feng's expression darkened. Senior brother Wang, do you know this person? I've seen him once in a certain era. He left a deep impression. Wang Daoi sneered. Seeing Qin Feng look over, he immediately pointed at that person and said, Junior brother, don't be surprised. You must have heard of this person's name. This person is related to a great emperor from the primordial age. That great emperor is called the Sky River Great Emperor. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the phenomenon in the sky became even more intense. The Sky River Great Emperor? Qin Feng's eyes flickered. He was well-versed in ancient and modern classics, so he naturally knew of this great emperor's reputation. The Sky River Great Emperor was the last Taoist of the primordial age, the disciple of Taoist Yuan. Taoist Yuan was an extremely Deshang of the water-type lineage. The number 1 water-type technique, the Sky River Righteous Technique, was created by this Taoist. The Sky River Great Emperor was also an extremely talented person. In the primordial age, there are not many who could be called great emperors. However, Every great emperor had a great chance of proving his Tao and becoming a chief god. The Sky River Great Emperor had once dominated one of the primordial age eras, but he was not very lucky. In the end, he fell at the threshold of becoming a chief god for some inexplicable reason. Qin Feng looked at Wang Daoyi. Could the being who was proving his Tao be the reincarnation of the Sky River Great Emperor's original spirit, or simply a disciple? However, Qin Feng shook his head. If the Sky River Great Emperor was the reincarnation of the original spirit, Qin Feng was more willing to believe that Shen Tianhe was the reincarnation of the Sky River Great Emperor's original spirit. Junior brother, you don't have to guess. This Sky River Great General is just an innate sacred spirit suppressed by the Sky River Great Emperor in the past. Wang Daoyi sneered. This innate saint spirit was an evil god that roamed the rivers in the ancient times. It was suppressed by the Heavenly River Emperor, but the Heavenly River Emperor was merciful. Considering that it was of the same race, the Heavenly River Emperor only sealed it and did not kill it. The Heavenly River Emperor's intention was to train the innate saint spirit. As long as the innate saint spirit repents, it will be released. Who would have thought that the Sky River Great Emperor would make a breakthrough at the last moment and die suddenly? He didn't have time to arrange for the future. Wang Daoyi sighed softly. Qin Feng's eyes flickered as he spoke. According to the ancient records, the Sky River Great Emperor seemed to have left behind the inheritance of the Sky River Sword sect, but later on, the Sky River Sword sect was destroyed for no reason. There was already some speculation in his eyes. You're right. The people of the Sky River Sword faction didn't know about the existence of the innate divine spirit. Not only did the innate divine spirit run away, but he also took the opportunity to destroy the Sky River Sword faction. Most of the Sky River Great Emperor's heritage fell into his hands. Wang Daoyi's expression was indifferent. A hint of emotion flashed through his eyes. Senior brother, you seem to be very familiar with the Sky River Great Emperor? Qin Feng glanced at Wang Daoyi. Such a secret was definitely not recorded in the ancient records. Since Wang Daoyi was so familiar with this secret, it was hard for Qin Feng not to have other thoughts. Wang Daoyi seemed to have noticed the curiosity in Qin Feng's eyes. He clasped his hand behind his back and looked at the huge Tao-proving phenomenon in the distance that was becoming more and more intense. That was my first life, and I also happened to know the young Sky River Great Emperor. Qin Feng's heart was slightly shaken. This Wang Daoyi was too mysterious. He was actually from the same era as the Sky River Great Emperor. Wang Daoyi didn't want to say much about the Sky River Great Emperor, so he changed the topic. After the Sky River Great Emperor was destroyed, the innate divine spirit who called himself the Sky River Marshal didn't get any great benefits. He was full of desire to break through to the innate water origin deity position of that era, but his luck wasn't very good. There was no innate water origin deity position in that era. Wang Daoyi's eyes flashed with a hint of schadenfreude. Qin Feng was a little speechless. It was really bad luck. The innate deity position wasn't born in every era. Some eras might give birth to some innate deity positions, but they might not be able to give birth to the innate water origin deity position. If one took a step back and settled for the next best thing, the gap between the heavenly deity position and mid-deity position would be huge. First of all, the heavenly deity position and mid-deity position would be suppressed when they met another innate deity position of the same element. Secondly, the heavenly deity position's Tao. Even if they became an overgod, they could only be an acquired overgod. Compared to the innate overgods who achieved their Tao with the innate deity position, they were obviously inferior. If they wanted to continue breaking through, they would have to spend a lot of time to return to the innate realm. Some extremely powerful existences wouldn't be willing to easily become an acquired deity position, even if they had to wait for a few more eras. It seems that after being suppressed by the Sky River Great Emperor, the Sky River Marshal's luck seemed to be getting worse and worse. After many eras, he appeared one after another and moved around. Either he didn't have a suitable water origin deity position, where he was stopped by other experts when he wreaked havoc as an evil deity. Wang Daoyi sneered. In the fourth era of the ancient era, he had a chance. That was when he was at his strongest, and the primordial flood had yet to recede. He stirred up the flood and wreaked havoc. He called himself the evil ancestor of the Sky River, which was extremely terrifying. At that time, the great emperor of the South Wilderness and the Spirit Sea continent had just transcended. Many ancient experts were forced to seal themselves by the great emperor of the South Wilderness. It was the turn of the eras, and there was almost no one who could defeat him. He controlled the water of 10,000 rivers. If he used the Sky River to destroy the world and rebuild the universe, he might have been able to transcend. Unfortunately, the great emperor of the North Wilderness was born at that time. Hee. Wang Daoyi's smile was a little gloomy. Qin Feng also shook his head slightly in his heart. The great emperor of the North Wilderness was also known as the ancient Black Emperor. This emperor's attainment in the way of water control was comparable to that of Taoist Yuan, who was also the ancient son of heaven. Although the ancient Black Emperor did not develop the first water arts like the Sky River Righteous technique, his water arts power was earth-shattering. In one battle, the real body of the evil ancestor of the Sky River was shattered, and the name of the evil ancestor was lost with the wind. He himself was like a frightened stray dog, but I didn't expect him to come back to life and recover his quasi-emperor cultivation. In general, this deity was glorious. The names of the deities he used were recorded in myths and unofficial history. They were all water evil deities who wreaked havoc in an area. He was one of the more difficult guys to deal with among the primordial experts. Wang Daoyi looked at Qin Feng and said seriously, "If there are no accidents with this deity's foundation, there's probably more than an 80% chance of him becoming an innate water origin deity." 80%. In the eyes of many experts, this probability was equivalent to success. Chapter 1277. The Sky River evil ancestor had to die. A water-type origin deity position might not be born in an era, or even several or dozens of eras. Qin Feng would not allow anyone else to occupy the water-type origin deity position first. As the two of them conversed, the sovereign manifestation gradually ended. Almost at the same time as this phenomenon ended, the two of them disappeared from the Lingxiao Hall. Next was the All Heavens Obstruction stage. This was the only opportunity given to other water-type experts to participate in the All Heavens Obstruction stage. The two of them moved extremely quickly. The power of a quasi-emperor cut through time and space. Although the Sky River evil ancestor chose to transcend his tribulation in the sunken abyss spirit domain, which was adjacent to the Langius spirit domain, this distance was nothing compared to Qin Feng, Wang Daoyi, and the others. It was as if they were worlds apart. The sunken abyss spirit domain was adjacent to the Langius spirit domain, and it was also a water-type domain. The terrain here was low to begin with, and there were many rifts and valleys. However, there were also many water systems, which formed many waterfalls and abysses. The terrain was very unique. There were also many water-type sects here. The Spirit River Sword sect, which was one of the 72 mysterious sects, was located in this prefecture. The Spirit River Sword sect was ranked 53rd among the 72 mysterious sections. Its strength was not outstanding, but it was not particularly weak either. The Sky River evil ancestor chose to transcend his tribulation in the Oblivion Valley, which was the mountain gate of the Spirit River Sword sect. This was one of the few water-type paradises that had been upgraded from a spirit mountain to a saint realm after the arrival of the Golden Age. Rumble. 10,000 lightning bolts fell from the sky. When Qin Feng and Wang Daoyi arrived, the All Heavens Obstruction stage had already begun. Terrifying bolts of heavenly lightning that were enough to shatter the heavens descended from the sky. Rumble. In the Oblivion Valley in the distance, beams of azure divine light shot out and easily blocked the bolts of divine lightning. Boom! The thunderclouds in the sky became more intense and dense, covering thousands of miles of land. It was as if the existence in the Oblivion Valley had offended the heavens. The rolling dark clouds and lightning roiled, enveloping hundreds of thousands of miles of land with the Oblivion Valley as the center. This caused countless experts who were watching the tribulation in the dark to be aghast. Rumble. 10,000 bolts of lightning suddenly struck, and the rifts, mountains, and waterfalls around the Oblivion Valley were instantly turned into ashes. This seemed to be the wrath of the heavens, fusing the Tao and seizing the deity position. This was the power to seize the heavens. Naturally, the heavens were furious, sending down a great calamity to kill the unfilial child. Any one of these heavenly thunders could easily kill a 14th order supreme being. In the center of the Oblivion Valley, numerous azure flags blossomed like jellyfish under the terrifying lightning. The azure divine light that filled the sky flew out, supporting the light screen of 1,000 miles above the Oblivion Valley. Countless bolts of divine lightning covered the light screen, and the lightning was extinguished inch by inch. It's the Milky Way water control flag. Seeing this set of flags, many ancient experts had different expressions on their faces. The Milky Way water control flag was an inherited treasure of the immemorial Milky Way sword sect. Rumor has it that there were a total of 18 banners, crafted by Taoist Yuan. The banners were rumored to be able to summon the Milky Way to destroy the world. This set of divine banners had long been lost ever since the Heavenly River Sword sect was destroyed. Even if someone tried to imitate it, the difference in power was too great. The array set up by this set of genuine divine banners could trap and kill an innate origin god. The power of the 81 bolts of heaven punishment lightning was enormous. When the 81 bolts of heaven punishment lightning struck, the entire array had already dimmed, and it let out a sorrowful cry. Obviously, although the set of flags was not destroyed due to its great power, it had suffered heavy injuries. This set of flags could not be used for a short period of time. Seeing this scene, many experts in the dark heaved a sigh of relief. If they had the Milky Way water control flag, even myriad saints would have to think twice before blocking the path. The final 9 bolts of heavenly punishment lightning fell, and the entire Oblivion Valley was razed to the ground. However, that figure remained as steady as a mountain. Boundless azure divine light circulated, and it was as if the space within a radius of 5,000 kilometers had been suppressed by this terrifying power. A strange divine sword appeared in his hand. It was an azure divine sword, as if it was condensed from the essence of the world's ocean. The Aqua Diffraction Sword, ranked 19th on the Myria Heaven's divine weapon list. Wang Daoi's face was extremely gloomy. The Aqua Diffraction Sword was once the sword of the Sky River Great Emperor. Qin Feng glanced at Wang Daoi when he heard this. There were more than 30 divine weapons recorded on the Myriad Heavens divine weapon list. Every divine weapon recorded on the Myriad Heavens divine weapon list was a famous treasure that had once caused a sensation in the Myriad Heavens divine weapon list. Although they were not innate spirit treasures, their power surpassed that of innate spirit treasures. Every divine weapon on the Myriad Heavens divine weapon list had a great origin and a magnificent battle record. The Aqua Diffraction Sword, ranked 19th on the Myriad Heavens divine weapon list, had once been the sword of the Sky River Great Emperor. It was an innate water sword embryo that Taoist Yuan had refined for the Sky River Great Emperor by gathering the essence of 10,000 waters. This sword had been nourished by the Sky River Great Emperor's natal vitality, and its power had been raised to a rather terrifying level. An ordinary 15th level heaven rank expert wielding this sword could injure a king. The quasi-emperor, Sky River evil ancestor wielding this sword would become extraordinarily terrifying. As expected, he came prepared. No wonder Wang Daoi said that the chances of this divine proving Tao were as high as 80%. Qin Feng's heart sank. This was going to be a formidable opponent. The 81 bolts of heavenly thunder ended. The dark clouds in the sky did not disperse. Instead, they became denser. An extremely terrifying power emerged, and the myriad heavens' divine Tao appeared. Many existences who were secretly watching felt a sense of foreboding, and a trace of coldness appeared in their hearts. Next was the second stage of the myriad heavens obstruction, the myriad saints obstruction. When the heavens sent down a calamity, at this time, any expert could enter to obstruct the Tao. Those who obstructed the Tao were blessed by the heavens and earth. If a king entered and was blessed by the heavens and earth, one could imagine how terrifying it would be. This would be the most terrifying calamity for those who wanted to break through to the divine realm. If they could kill those who had proven Tao, there would be many benefits for those who obstructed the Tao. Under the balanced law of the heavens and earth divine Tao, there is a certain chance of obtaining a portion of the Tao's comprehension of the heavens and earth divine Tao. Of course, if they could repel those who obstructed the Tao, there would be many benefits for those who had proven Tao. Under the balanced law of the heavens and earth divine Tao, those who had proven Tao could openly kill and plunder the heavens and earth divine Tao. Normally, there would not be such a good opportunity. Qin Feng's expression was calm. Not only him, but countless water-type experts in the dark were waiting for the myriad saints' obstruction to descend, waiting for the outcome. In the heavens and earth, there must not be any other innate water-type origin god other than themselves. As if it had sensed the killing intent emitted by many experts, the tribulation chi in the sky became even denser. The myriad heavens divine Tao manifested, and countless ancient true spirits began to appear. Shadows were everywhere, and they covered billions of voids. It was abnormally terrifying. This was one of the transformations of the myriad saints obstruction. It was also known as the true spirit obstruction. Countless heavens and earth divine Tao summoned some ancient true spirits. At the forefront were the four great origin laws of earth, water, wind, and fire. The earth origin law manifested an earth true spirit, the Gauchin. The fire origin source law materialized a vermilion bird. The wind origin law manifested a great green feathered rock. The water origin law manifested a gigantic black tortoise. In addition, there were many other heavens and earth divine Tao transformed into various types of true spirits that appeared together. With a furious roar, they pounced toward the Oblivion Valley. The Oblivion Valley seemed to be engulfed in boundless chaos and was about to sink into oblivion. Chapter 1278. Kill. Just as the myriad of Taos manifested their true spirits to obstruct the path, the second stage of the heavens obstructing the path had begun. Some water-type supreme beings walked out from the shadows and participated in the obstructions openly. At this moment, many water-type supreme beings stepped into the field. It was as if they had received blessings from the heavens and earth, and their strength increased exponentially. If you want to attain your Tao, you'll have to go through us first. Water-type, innate origin god. Don't even think about getting your hands on the position of supremacy. Kill him. The evil calamity chi solidified and shot towards the Oblivion Valley along with the true spirits that were obstructing the path. On the side, Qin Feng and Wang Daoyi stood by. It wasn't time for Qin Feng to step into the field yet. Most of the people who were attacking now were level 14 perfected water-type supremes, and some level 15 lesser celestial masters. This commotion could be said to be extremely grand. Even the top experts hiding in the dark were aghast. Boom! At this moment, many experts who were hiding in the dark felt a chill spreading from the void all of a sudden. They looked up. A water-like sword light swept out from the center of the Oblivion Valley. Chi! The true spirits that were charging the fastest were sliced into 7, 8, and then dozens of pieces. And the dozens of water-type supreme beings who were charging the fastest were like crispy carrots in the sword light. They didn't even have time to scream before they turned into pieces and fell to the ground. How direct and efficient was that? This scene was so shocking that some of the water-type supreme beings who wanted to charge out turned pale. A few supreme kings sneered as they looked at the remaining water-type supreme beings who were hiding in the shadows. A bunch of idiots. How dare you obstruct the path when you've attained your Tao? You deserve to be cannon fodder. Qin Feng's expression didn't change as he looked at this scene coldly. To the few water-type supreme beings hiding in the shadows, the more of these water-type supreme beings died, the better. The more of them died, the more condensed the water fortune would be, and there would be fewer competitors. This could be considered as clearing the area before the Tao affirmation. Why did you all come here to die? The water element supremacy will only benefit you all if I obtain it. I can promise you that after I attain the innate water origin God, I will not interfere with the distribution of the water vein's fortune. Within the Oblivion Valley, a pleasant and slightly magnetic voice rang out, carrying traces of goodwill. This sword strike intimidated many experts. With a single sword strike, dozens of water-type supreme powerhouses have been cut down like carrots. How could this not be terrifying? As soon as these words were spoken, many of the water-type supreme beings in the surroundings began to hesitate. The reason why everyone joined in the obstruction was that they were unwilling to let the innate origin deity position be taken away. Secondly, he was worried that his water vein providence would be affected and affect his Tao attainment. It should be known that once one became a water vein true god, one would need to gather the water vein fortune of the realm in order to continue to strive for the position of water vein master god. Master gods. What master gods? They were the exalts of a world and a bloodline. In the world, each lineage could only consecrate one sovereign in an epic. Thus, after becoming a true god, there had to be a hierarchy between the various factions. Suddenly, a sneering voice rang out from the darkness. Everyone, do you believe his flowery speech? If he becomes an innate water origin god, I'm afraid the first thing he would do would be to gather the water vein providence and sever other people's Tao attainment. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Do you all believe his words? That was a quasi-deity. Qin Feng pondered. On a mountain peak, he saw a treacherous-looking water quasi-deity. He was also an ancient quasi-deity. Why are you still being so long-winded with him? Instead of relying on others, it's better to rely on yourself and rely on him. Why don't we all attack together, kill him, and divide his water vein providence? At that time, it'll be good for you, good for me, good for everyone. Another voice rang out. It was a gloomy old man in a black robe whose body was shrouded in water vapor. He was also a quasi-deity and a demonic race quasi-deity at that. That's right. We don't need to kill him. We only need to injure him so that his flesh, skin, and divine soul cannot reach perfection. The fourth step will take his life. This voice was even more sinister. Kill. Numerous experts in the dark revealed killing intent. Just as the demonic race quasi-deity had said, rather than handing over their fate to others, it would be better to stake it all on their own. If this person failed the Tao integration and his fate became incomplete, everyone would have hope. Overflowing killing intent erupted as they rushed toward Oblivion Valley once again. The four strongest true spirits of laws, Gaochen, Dapeng, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, led numerous true spirits of the Great Tao and bombarded Oblivion Valley. At the center of Oblivion Valley, within the hazy divine light, evil ancestor Sky River looked at the group of true spirits rushing down, as well as the experts blocking his path. His expression was gloomy, and a trace of anger flashed through his eyes. If it was during normal times, he would have plenty of time to play with these ants. But now, just as the demonic race expert had said, he couldn't exhaust too much of his vitality. Otherwise, it would be easy for an accident to occur during the fourth step of the Tao integration, which would lower his chances of succeeding. However, even if I can't move, I'm not necessarily afraid of you. As long as I could drag this out for several hours, When this evil ancestor achieves his Tao, I'll definitely make you ants die a miserable death. After pondering in his heart, he made a hand seal, and a formless fluctuation spread out. There are more ambushes? Qin Feng's brows twitched. He sensed a special fluctuation that belonged to a Scandinavian nation's power. With the chief god space, he was very sensitive to the minute changes in space-time around him. This was something that even Wang Daoyi, whose cultivation was higher than his, couldn't do. With a sweep of his gaze, he sensed a trace of a peculiar space within a waterfall 1,000 miles away from Oblivion Valley. There was a huge spatial tear. A rich water world was faintly discernible. In the depths of this water world, many existences were about to tear through space-time and appear. Among those powerful auras, there was no lack of quasi-deity rank existences. Clearly, they were the reinforcements that evil ancestor Sky River had found for him. You're out of luck to have met me. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a sinister smile. Circulating the power of the chief god space, a mighty space-time storm suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Scandinavian nation and silently swept in. Rumble. The terrifying space-time storm poured in from the entrance, as if gunpowder had been poured into the Scandinavian nation, causing countless chain reactions in the depths of the Scandinavian nation. It was as if countless liquefied gas had exploded. Bang, bang, bang. Huge explosions erupted from the depths of the Scandinavian nation. In just a moment, a large part of the Scandinavian nation turned into ashes. The reinforcements that had been lying in ambush within the Scandinavian nation were mostly turned into ashes, and a small number of them were half-crippled. Pucci. At the center of Oblivion Valley, the evil ancestor Sky River, who was in the middle of activating his Scandinavian nation to release reinforcements, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with malevolence, as if he wanted to devour someone. Bastard! The evil ancestor Sky River's chest was about to explode. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.